Inizio tu, dico una parola e poi ti passo subito la parola. So thank you very much to all of you for being here today. Those of you who are who have accepted our invitation to be to act as speakers at today's workshop, and those of you that will be are here to listen and learn something about what we are doing at UnitelmaSapienza with respect to the transition to circular bioeconomy. I will now leave the floor to our rector, Professor Bruno Botta, who is a chemist actually. There are also chemists in this room, so and for a welcome address, and then to Professor Nicola Napoletano, who is the director of our department. So Bruno.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. I mean, I'm quite happy to have you here, actually, because when it is a working group, it is always something exciting, because working group seems, I mean, it means that we are moving somehow, because, you know, as I said, I'm a chemist, organic chemist. So I have a huge group. We have usually every 15 days working group to verify what is going on. I will usually attend this meeting and try to understand what they are doing, and then slowly by slowly I can see how they are growing. Actually, when I was reading the draft he wrote to me in order then to give me a chance to understand what is going on here, it brought me back to the time in which I was in Canada for my postdoctoral, studies. At that time, actually, we were working, some of the groups were working in, transforming the wasting material into the high valuable products. We are talking about 1984. I do remember that at that time there was, wasting material coming from different foliage. So from this, they were extracting some, terpenes. These were going then into the perfumery. So it was very nice. When I came back to Italy, actually I started to study several ways to produce high valuable products. And people from Latuscia University here nearby, they were working on the wasting material from olive oil. So there were, at that time, there were so big problems and nobody was taking care of this problem. And then slowly but slowly, we were using peroxidases to transform all the wasting material to verify what we could develop this. So while I was reading here, actually, I found out a very interesting item. Because in one of the items, he wrote to me, this among the three key areas of change that need to be addressed for transition to occur. Consumers need to change their behaviors and embrace more sustainable patterns of consumption. I would add, actually, our politicians should understand, should understand the importance of recycling, should understand the importance of eventually going into the bioeconomic sustainable products, as you said, going into the energy. Unfortunately, I'm talking about Italy. Unfortunately, it is not easy to let them understand. So therefore, here we are with the role of the university and the role of different groups working on research. Because since you in particular, in this field, are working, you should try to have a vocabulary to let them understand what is going on, what it is important. Because, we do not have any more time to waste. Our politicians must understand that, the direction, it is already written. We cannot, fooling around. Okay, it is one battle that I would do. We have to try to let them understand. New markets and the regulation need to be developed to provide a level playing field to sustainable products. A tool and metric be developed. And this is a consequence of what I said. Because of course, if you can measure in somehow how everything is going, how everything is improving, and then we have to measure afterwards. We can, by the way, we can try to get better what we are. So therefore, let me say that, I mean, this working group gave me a chance to read in a deeper way what you're doing, to understand more what you're doing. I thank Professor Morone for, I mean, having given to you all and to this actually university to host, because this is for us showing that beside, let's say, a law and economic school that we have a very high level, we can have a multidisciplinary research as it is in this field. Because, and then I'm going to conclude, in what I've been believing always, it is a multidisciplinary research. In my own case, I have this huge group working, let's say, in anti-cancer area. So therefore, there is people like us are synthesizing, isolating products. And then there are people who are making the biological tests. And then, because we have been lucky, people who is going to work on clinics. As a matter of fact, I have a meeting there because we are going into, you know, I mean, clinic. So therefore, just the multidisciplinary work can let people to grow. Let them, people understand the importance of facing. So therefore, thanks again and have a good time in Rome.
Thank you very much, Bruno, for your insightful welcome address, which is not just a formal welcome address, as you can see, but is words coming from a person that really understands what we are doing and what we're discussing about today. So I will now leave the floor to Nicola Napoletano. Professor Napoletano is the director of our department, and it is a joint department of law and economics, and is like at the intersection of these two areas. So thank you, Nicola, for being here today, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Giuseppe. First of all, welcome and thank you for being here in order to attend today's meeting. Secondly, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Giuseppe Morone and to the Bioeconomy in Transition Research Group for the organization of today's conference to discuss and focus on three items: sustainability as an economic challenge, circular and bio-based economy and the use of renewable resources for the production of novel products for various applications, and above all, the transition from traditional linear economy to a sustainable and circular economy. But let me give you a quick glance on UnitelmaSapienza and the DSGE, the Department of Law and Economics. Through the use of advanced information technology and methodologies in e-learning, UnitelmaSapienza promotes access to higher education without the constraints of space and time. UnitelmaSapienza offers online courses in law and economics in Italian and English. Among these, the Department of Law and Economics 5 years ago launched a brand new master degree program in economy, technology, and innovation. It is an interdisciplinary program of studies entirely taught in English, which blends and applies economic, managerial, legal, and quantitative approaches to innovation studies. UnitelmaSapienza has rapidly established itself as one of the most important distance universities in Italy, with a strong focus on research activities. And the Department of Law and Economics indeed carries out high-quality scientific research in most disciplines, achieving impressive results both on the national and international level. At the DSGE provides a stimulating and supportive environment, bringing together researchers, doctoral researchers, postdoctoral researchers, professors, and visiting scholars from different European countries. The DSG has no dominant research or legal socio-economic culture. Rather, it provides an open and welcoming environment while sitting within the broader context of Sapienza University of Rome, the largest EU university. In general terms, the DSG focuses on law, economics, social sciences, and it's methodologically diverse. DSG's professors and researchers adopt many different research approaches, including doctrinal, critical, economics, and law in context, empirical, historical, and mixed methods. They also frequently draw insights from other disciplines, and many of them undertake research which is theoretical in its orientation. Around 15 new scholars and researchers arrived at the DSG last year, and other 20 are coming this year. The presence of a critical mass of early career researchers and since 2022, PhD students in sustainable development and climate change means that peer-to-peer interaction and support networks are becoming of enormous importance in the DSGP. A glance at the research topic pursued by scholars and young researchers and PhD students in DSG conveys a sense of originality of research pursued at the department. At the European international level, in the last few years, 5 Horizon projects, a LIFE project, an Erasmus Plus Jean Monnet network, and a Jean Monnet Center of Excellence on the law of the European integration are presenting their findings and are still active in the DSG. As it is clear from the DSG's activities and achievements, this is an energetic and committed community of researchers which encourages open but probing intellectual engagement and mutual supportiveness. In my opinion, today's conference is one of the clearest demonstrations of what I have just quickly shown you. In a distance university, the Department of Law and Economics research activities are real and concrete. In conclusion, I would like to renew my warmest welcome and thanks to Pier Giuseppe and to all of you. Your presence at the conference, your contribution, and your insights, which will be truly valuable for sure, mean a lot to the DSG and will make this scientific event more productive and enjoyable. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Nicola, for your welcome address and for providing to the audience some insights about our university. It's a young university, but eager to do a lot of things, as Nicola was pointing out. And yes, also it's a distance learning university, but we are here all in flesh and bones. So as you can see, we do things in person as well. Okay, so we will now start. We have quite a tight program. I will just say a few words and then I will leave the floor to the first keynote speech by Professor Eva Camacho-Cuena. Just a few words about the idea of having this workshop today here and the way in which it has been structured. So basically, the idea is that we want to present at a glance the research that we are conducting in UnitelmaSapienza in the Bioeconomy and Transition Research Group, which is a research very much transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. In our group, we have economists, but we also have chemical engineers, we have architecture, we have people with different backgrounds that are converging on one very specific research area, research theme, which is the transition from a linear fossil-based economy into a circular bio-based economy. So the idea is that in order to study the sustainability issue, the sustainability topic, you really need to pull together knowledge coming from different fields. Otherwise, you will just have a very, very partial perspective, a very, very partial view. And the way in which this conference, this workshop has been structured somehow reflects this multidisciplinarity that is entailed into the sustainability concept. In fact, we will have 3 different sessions. Each session will be opened by 1 or 2 keynote speech, and then we will have 2 or 3 presentations. And the first session, as the rector was mentioning, is about behavioral economics. So we start with all those aspects that relate to the transition to sustainability, to circular bio-based economy, which refer to consumers' behavior mostly, which refer to those changes that in the everyday life or in the behaviors that we undertake in our daily life, we have to make in order to make this transition real, in order to make this transition happen. So this is parts of the analysis which looks from a specific angle of what is needed for the transition. And we have, when we move to the second session, which is about the tools and metrics for the sustainability. So the whole idea of measuring sustainability, which is, again, a very complex matter, because sustainability is a multidisciplinary concept, because sustainability is a multifaceted concept. So we need to develop new tools in order to measure and to assess sustainability and to make comparison. And this is going to be of utmost importance if we want to move from the fossil-based to the bio-based, from the linear to the circular, because this, by measuring sustainability, by assessing sustainability, and by being able to say this is more sustainable than these other products, behavior, whatever, then we will be able to put into place the right policy measure that the rector was mentioning. So policymaker will be able to create that level playing field that is so much needed, because we are still living in a very much fossil-based economy. We are still putting a lot of money in subsidies to the fossil economy. This is something that we should not forget. We are talking about the transition, but at the same time, we are still heavily subsidizing the fossil economy. And this is something that we should avoid and reduce this in the very, very short run. And in order, a good way for doing this is to say that there are no externalities or less externalities associated with the bioeconomy. Therefore, we really need to cut down these subsidies to the fossil economy. And then we will move to the third and final session before the roundtable, which is about market regulation and regulation for the transition. So the policymaker should play a key role in this transition, in defining markets, these new markets, in defining the new regulation, not just by defining subsidies and incentives, but also in removing those hurdles that are in the regulatory system that is defined and thought and developed for a fossil-based economy. So we need to adapt the whole regulatory system to this new type of economy. And then finally, we will have a roundtable where we will try to wrap up all the key messages that we will be discussing during the day, and with a strong focus on the policy measure. So I will stop it here, and I will now call to the table the first 2 keynote speakers, which are Professor Eva Camacho Cuena from Jaume I University in Spain, and Professor Luca Corazzini from the University Bicocca in Milan. So please join me here at the table. I think we start with Eva. Vieni. Poi vi... So Eva, the floor is yours. Do you have your presentation? Dobbiamo condividerla per... Dobbiamo condividerla noi? Ok, yes, yep. Possiamo vedere come per condividerla? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, finally. Thank you for inviting me. For me, it's a pleasure being here. As my name, as they said, is Eva Camacho, and I come from the Department of Economics from the Universidad Jaume I in Spain. First, I'm going to present some results of an experimental paper. But first, I would like to give some very short introduction on why behavioral economics would help the transition, some insights. With some more or less recent data. For example, if we follow the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in 2022, they state that with the appropriate policy support, behavioral change could help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 5% rapidly, with most of the change happening in developing countries. So behavior, it's relevant. Behavior could help, and change of behavior could definitely help. And of course, also changing behavior could also help to buy time for bigger measures to be implemented whenever we have to change policies, as also the rector said. So this change in behavior could help also in getting some time for these measures that take more time to have an effect, to then help reduction of emissions. And this is one of the things that show that very small things could help a lot. And also, what we do with behavioral economics. In behavioral economics, what we do is to search for what they call Sorgen and Taylor in 2008 label as behavioral failures. There are situations where the consumer is not behaving as the rational choice theory predicts. And we use these behavioral failures because this could affect the way we implement a policy, for example. So we should consider behavioral failures like endowment effects, loss aversion, framing effects, and so on and so forth. We all know. So these behavioral insights are definitely a huge help for policymakers to have a better understanding on how these behavioral mechanisms and behavioral behaviors contribute to environmental problems. And this is necessary to design and develop effective policy measures. How can we link behavioral or principles of behavioral failures to key policy areas? We have a recent report in 2023 by Messer, Ganguly, and Shi, linking principles of behavioral economics. It's a survey that's especially relevant for public policy like limited attention and cognitions, present bias, reference dependence, social preferences and social norms, this is very important, and incorrect beliefs. And they include a survey where they link these behavioral principles to key policy areas related to climate change, like energy use and efficiency, transportation, consumption, recycling and reuse, and land use decisions. So, of course, there is a very close relationship between behavior and the transition. So what I want to show you today, it's an experimental paper that tries to help policymakers in designing and applying a policy. And the title is Commitment Timing to Environmental Policy and the Adoption of Low Pollution Technologies. This is an experimental paper together with Till Requadri from the University of Kiel in Germany, Israel Weichmann from the Bard College in Berlin, and Lydia Vidal from the Universidad Jaume I. What do we do? I mean, it's clear and it's widely recognized that whenever we design an environmental policy, in addition to static efficiency, to how this policy helps to reduce emission, dynamic incentives and dynamic efficiency is relevant. What's dynamic efficiency? Dynamic efficiency has to do with the incentives provided by this policy to invest, or for the firms to invest in advanced emission reduction technology. And this is a very relevant criteria in evaluating an environmental policy. There is an extensive theoretical work on these dynamic incentives to adopt low pollution technology, and also on the timing and commitment structure of the regulator whenever it's designing a policy. But there are no experimental studies and there are no empirical studies on how these policies are applied. And we want to contribute to fill this gap in the literature. So what do we do? What we do is to design and conduct an experiment that is going to investigate how the regulator's timing on the commitment to a specific regulation helps technology adoption under we have chosen two commonly used mechanisms, like our emission taxes and tradable permits. So the regulator could either commit ex ante, given that the regulator decides which instrument to be applied. The regulator could decide whether to commit ex ante to a given policy level or to commit ex post. Ex ante and ex post what? This means before or after firms have decided on their investment or not on a given technology, on a better technology, on a low emission technology. So there is a belief in the literature saying that if the regulator is not able to establish rules that would limit future regulatory discretion, this is detrimental for implementing a given environmental regulation, or for the efficiency of a given environmental regulation to get results. And this is what we want to check now. Is this true or not? I give you some examples that inspired, in a way, the experiment. Whenever we talk that the regulator cannot commit ex ante, or can only commit ex post, we could think it's not that the regulator cannot do it, but think about a regulator whose announcement or commitment is not credible for the company, for example. And we have some examples. For example, in the US Clean Air Act amendments, they were approved in 1970 for the control of automobile emissions, but the compliance, due to several problems with the sector, were delayed until 1980. So we needed 10 years for the policy to be effective. This could be a kind of ex post commitment. In Spain, we have a more recent example in the power sector in Spain that actually was quite known in Spain, because in 2012, the government announced a new tax on radioactive waste, and also the oldest nuclear power station in Spain, that is Garoña, should apply for prolonging the activity until 2019, after including some investment on safety measures. There was a huge problem in the production of electricity for the behavior of the company running this Garoña nuclear power station. And just 1 year later, the Spanish Congress passed a tax exemption for this radioactive waste for nuclear power station of Garoña, and considered extended activity to 2031. This would be also an example of ex post commitment, which is an example of ex ante commitment. And we all know the European Union commitment to reduce the total CO2 emissions by using the emission permit mechanisms. And there is a commitment of reducing every year 2.2%. And in 2021, there was a proposal in reducing every year the supply of emission permits by 4.2% annually. This is an ex ante commitment, because then firms decide on their investment behavior. which is our experiment. I'm not sure whether you are familiar to experimental economics. This was not an easy experiment to design. I'm not going to give you all the details, but you can ask whatever information you want or interrupt me whenever you need to give you some more details. And what we do is apply a 2x2 between subject experiment, and the theoretical basis of our experiment, it's a model proposed by Requate in 2001 and has improved in later versions of the paper. And what we did is to choose these two, as I said, these two mechanisms, either tax or emission permits. And the parameters were chosen so that the policy instrument, independently on the timing and the regulator decisions, should lead to the same optimal adoption of advanced abatement technology. So this means that independently on whether the commitment of the regulator is ex ante or ex post the firm's investment decisions, or independently on whether we are using emission permits or tax, the optimal behavior, the expected optimal behavior in equilibrium should be the same. So all the scenarios should be equivalent. So we are testing these two hypotheses. The first one is that both ex ante and ex post regulations should lead to the socially optimal technology adoption, and also abatement levels or emission levels by firms. And also that independently on the policy instrument, both tax and permit should lead also to the same socially optimal technology adoption and emission level. Which is our industry? How we define our industry? We consider an industry that is composed by 10 firms, and each firm is producing with one of these 5 alternative technologies from T1 to T5. I'll show you the technologies in a minute. Every technology, we are going to make everything as simple as possible because it's already complicated enough for the subjects participating in the experiment. So we try to make it really simple for every parameter that is not relevant for the behavior we are interested in. So all technologies are going to provide a revenue for the company of 1,200 experimental currency units. And this revenue is stemmed from production, but they differ in the default emission. And each company, each firm could decide whether to adopt or not an advanced abatement technology, paying a cost or an investment of 580 experimental currency units. I guess you are familiar, but all the magnitudes are established in experimental currency units. They are then converted into money using an exchange rate. This is the outline of the different technologies. Here we have all the 5 technologies, and this is the low abatement technology. And what you see here is that this is the default emissions. These are default emissions. So these are the more dirty technologies, and these are the cleanest technologies. And of course, the low abatement technology is the cleanest one. And actually, this is the marginal abatement cost that the firm should face whenever they decide to reduce emissions, because every technology starts with this amount of default emission. Okay, I'm sorry, because this should reach 0. But this is the way we characterize technologies in these experiments. And this is what the subjects see. How do we decide which is the socially optimal instrument level? We use this damage function, a quadratic damage function, that actually this is the marginal damage function. And whatever we do is to cross the aggregate marginal abatement cost to the damage function to define which is the optimum level of emission, the socially optimum level of emission. You can see these 2 curves. What is this? This is the aggregate marginal abatement cost using the original technologies. But we assume also that the regulator is not myopic, and the regulator, whenever it's deciding which is the optimum level of emissions, is taking into account that firms are going to will have incentives, or should provide to the firms incentive better to invest in low abatement technologies. So whenever it's deciding the optimum level, it's already keeping in mind, or it's already considering the firm's investment behavior, of the optimal expected firm's investment behavior. So what we are going to consider is this second curve, where we have the aggregate marginal abatement cost, assuming that firms with technologies T1 and T2, this means the dirtiest technologies, these firms should decide to invest in the low abatement technology. So crossing this with in the intersection of this aggregate marginal abatement cost to the marginal damage function, we have, this is the optimal level of aggregate emissions and the corresponding permit price or, and the corresponding tax and permit price. This is what we have. And actually we have 320 students. I'm going to explain in a minute that we have 160 students in the lab offline, and we have 160 subjects online because when we ran the experiments, we had COVID in between. So these experiments were run in Germany, in the University of Kiel, and Germany needed some time to be able to recover activity, and we decided to run experiments online. So we had a total of 320 students participating in the experiments, and each industry consists of 10 firms and then 10 subjects. In the ex-post treatments, we have here the tax rate and the number of permits that they are going to be determined according to the actual investment level of firms. And here in the ex-ante treatments, you have the optimal amount of permits is 62, that is equal to the optimal level of emissions. And this is the tax level. And of course, this is going to be decided afterwards because it depends on the investment behavior of the companies. This is in the ex-post treatment. So how is every stage, every period? In all treatments, each firm would be randomly assigned an initial technology. Since we have 5 technologies and 10 firms, 2 firms will share a given technology. And then we have like 3 stages. In the first stage, in the ex-ante regulation, yes, the regulator is announcing the optimal policy level. In a case that the tax level is going to be 56 units, means that the firms should pay 56 experimental currency units per unit of emissions, or that the total of amount of permits to be auctioned off is going to be 62. And you remember the permit trading or the emission permit system means that in order to emit a given amount, you should hold the same amount of permits. Once the policy is announced, the firms decide whether to invest or not in this low pollution technology. And then afterwards, firms decide on their emission level or the permits they are going to be held. We are going to use an auction. I will explain you in a minute. What about in the ex-post? In the ex-post, I think here you could see it better. In the ex-ante best, at the beginning, the policy is announced, investment stage, and then firms decide on their emission level or on the amount of permits, or permits are distributed better. In the ex-post, firms decide, of course, firms know whether they are under permits or tax. Then there's the investment stage, they decide whether to invest or not. And then the regulator announces the optimal level or the level of the instrument, either the aggregate emissions or the tax, and then also the emission decision of the firm. Which is the payoff of the subjects in these treatments? In the emission tax, they get the 1,200 units. They have to pay the emissions times the tax, and they have to pay the corresponding abatement cost to the emissions they decide to reduce. In the case they decide to invest, the payment is exactly the same. Of course, the abatement cost function is changing, and they have to pay the investment. What about for the emissions? It's basically parallel. It's the 1,200, the abatement cost, and this is the amount of permits they have times the price of permits. Of course, depending on the amounts of permits they hold, they have to reduce all the permits, all the emissions remaining until they reach the maximum. And whenever they invest, it's exactly the same, but they have to pay the investment costs. And this is, of course, the new abatement cost fund. How do we pay participants? What we did is that the participants played 10 rounds, and we chose 2 randomly selected rounds out of the 10 in order to obtain their payoff. This money was sum up plus a show-up fee, and this was converted to euro. The auctioning in the emission permit, what we use is is an acyclic clock auction that is similar to a second price auction to allocate permits. So in the last stage, whenever they have to decide emissions, we started the auction. So we started with a price of 5 experimental currency units. At this price, each firm is going to submit the demand. If the aggregate demand is equal or lower than the permit says, but the regulator, the action is ending, and this is the price they have to pay for each one of the permits. If the aggregate demand exceeds the supply of permits, then the price is increasing by 10 experimental currency units. We have a new price of 15 experimental currency units, and then again, each company is submitting their demand. And we continue this until the distribution of permits is decided and the price. So, which are the 2 main questions? We are going to stress here how is working each one of the scenarios concerning dynamic efficiency and, of course, static efficiency. We should care about how emissions are controlled. This is just play. Okay. So I will go fast. I will go fast. At the end. Okay. At the end. Good news. Here you have some regressions. We are in all, I'm not going to show all the regressions, but of course we test our hypothesis using linear probability regressions. And here good news is that we could put together both online and offline sessions. So we can pull together the data, because here you can see that the fact that the dummy concerning the online mode of the sessions is not significant. So at the end, we can pull all data together, and this is very good news for an experimentalist. This is the nice plot I like to show. What is this? This is the percentage of firms investing in the new technology. Remember that in equilibrium, the parameters are set such that firms with technologies 1 and 2 should have incentives to invest in the new technology. And this is what we see. This is technology 1 and technology 2. Both taxes and permits, and both ex ante and ex post. This is not significantly different. So the investment behavior, it's according to what we expected. Here we see that the cleanest technologies, there are some firms investing, but it's quite low. And what we see here, these are like in between. And what we see, it's curious and in a way expected that in the ex post treatments, these gray columns, in the ex post treatments, there is a tendency of those firms to invest more frequently than in the ex ante treatment. Why could we expect something like this? Because in the ex post treatments, we have some more uncertainty. They don't know which is going to be the behavior of the other firms, especially in the permits. They don't know which is going to be the behavior of the other firms. And of course, the optimal level of the instrument depends on the investment behavior of the firms. The more firms invest, the lower is going to be the tax. The less firms invest, the higher is going to be the tax. So we could, in a way, think that this higher level of investment of this technology number 3 is that they are in between clean and dirty, is due to this uncertainty created whenever the optimal level of the instrument is communicated ex post, after firms have decided. So in a way, dynamic efficiency is working as expected. So of course, the conclusions here is that the initial technology, of course, is the main determinant for the firm's adoption. of the firm's likelihood of adopting the low pollution technology. So dirty firms are more likely to invest than clean firms. And this uncertainty created in the ex post treatments could be responsible for this higher investment of those firms in technology that is in between clean and dirty. And something that is more relevant even, neither the instrument we could see before here. Here we can see that under permits and under taxes, the firm's behavior is very similar. So the instruments perform similarly concerning dynamic efficiency, and exact and ex post perform exactly the same, except for this type of firm. They are here. Okay, this difference is significant. The others are not significant. So let's talk about the static efficiency. At the end, what we want also, the last aim here, apart from this dynamic efficiency, apart from improving the technologies of the firms concerning emissions, we want to see how are they working in reducing emissions. So we are going to focus more on the permit trading, because in the case of tax treatments, at the end for the firms, it's just a calculation exercise. So it's not really interesting here, because at the end what they do is to choose this emission level that equals marginal abatement cost to the tax rate. And this is the emission level they decide. Of course, we had some calculation mistake with the subjects, I confess, but it's working. This is not really interesting. Permit trading becomes more interesting because there's some kind of strategic uncertainty, because of course the price of the permits depend on the behavior, on the bidding behavior of the other firms. And there the price is not really directly established as in the tax. So what do we have here? We have the expected magnitudes and the observed magnitude. In the ex-ante permits, this is the price we expect. The emissions are established. Remember that the optimal emission level was 62. And this is the price we were expecting. And in the what we observe is that the price is basically the same. The emitted units, they are slightly before, but this is not significant. So ex-ante, it's working the tax concerning the amount of emissions and concerning the permit price. What about ex post? And ex post, this is the amount of units we are expecting, because ex post, remember that the optimal amount of emissions depends on the investment behavior of the firm, on the investment decisions of the firm. So this is the expected optimal emission units given the investment behavior of the firms, and this is the expected price. And what we observe is that emissions are slightly below, but prices are quite low also. We observe lower prices than expected in equilibrium, given the investment behavior of the firm. And here is what we have. I mean, ex ante, you see that this is the permit price in each one of the periods. Ex ante is basically very similar, it's the same. Ex post, it's slightly below, but at the end it's converging. So at the end, the difference is not statistically significant, but they needed some time to adapt. So there are, concerning emission permits, we find prices slightly below expected prices. So there is a kind of, especially at the beginning until they learn, a small inefficiency in emission permits compared to taxes, but concerning differences ex ante and ex post, we don't find relevant differences concerning tax. And here we have emissions. These are average emissions per period. The continuous line, they are observed emission. The discontinuous line, they are expected emissions. So you see that taxes are working really nicely. So emissions are as expected. In emission permits, emissions are observed emissions are below expected emissions. So there is an emission reduction higher than expected, but this difference is not really significant. No. Okay. Okay. I go three. This is efficiency. I go fast. I said already the conclusions. This is a measure that merges investment and emission decision efficiency, and this is the optimum divided the observed. And I want to show you the results because they are very nice. Efficiency is really high. So what we observe finally, and this is the final one, is that here, this is the truly final one. In dynamic efficiency, there's little difference in the dynamic efficiency of low emission technologies concerning ex ante and ex post settings. So this lack of commitment of the regulator previous to the investment decisions is not really preventing the policy to be effective. This is the main message I want to give. Concerning static efficiency is the same. And the aggregate efficiency, it's close to 90%. So what we see is that those who are afraid that the regulator commitment or the lack of regulator commitment could prevent policies to be effective could be in the safe side because we do not observe this kind of behavior. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. I think that we can move directly to the second presentation, and then maybe we can take a few questions before we move to the other two speakers. So, Luca, please.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank to Pier Giuseppe and collaborators for making this very nice event possible. So I'm Luca Corazzini, as Pier Giuseppe was anticipating, I'm in Milan. And this is, actually, I'm going to present another experiment. It's not a lab experiment, it's what we call a natural field experiment. So meaning actually it's an experiment where subjects do not know to be part of an experiment. And it's about a very daily life situation, which is going to, to the supermarket, buying stuff and asking for the plastic bags, okay? And actually it's in a particular aspect, in a particular context where the plastic bags are not, the nice plastic bags we have so far today. It's the experiment turns back to 2020 in Armenia, where the plastic bags were the no biodegradable plastic bags that we are all familiar with nowadays. So this is with, that's with a friend, Armenak Antignan. From the name, you might understand why we run this experiment in particular in Armenia, because he had, he's Armenian and he had very good connection with the supermarket chain we worked with, we collaborated with. And Armenak at the moment is a Times waiter utility, so he's a scholar that decided to move to the private sector and is working for a company, doing behavioral stuff anyway. So let me go straight to the motivation, very simple motivation. So for sure, the plastic bags, the shoppers, the supermarket are among the most important and purchased products in the world. But as you can imagine, unfortunately, they also represent a big risk for, for environment for sure. But nowadays, given the last information we have about the percentage of plastic in fisheries and in the food that we eat, it's becoming very fastly a threat to human life as well. Okay, now a lot has been done from an institutional point of view. So there is a, there is a lot of attention on campaigns that try to limit the consumption and the demand of plastic bags. And among others, you might imagine the typical bans. So actually, you either stop distributing plastic bags, or you ask to limit significantly the plastic bags, enforcing it by law. So you do not allow consumers to buy more than a given number of plastic bags per visit to the supermarket, or you can have some other intervention that we are, somehow as economists more familiar with, that are taxes and levies. So you act with incentives in this case. And there is another one that I like to mention also because it's part of our experiment, which is trying to induce people to demand less plastic bags by providing what we could call the reusable plastic bags. So something that we know from let's say, from a real world point of view, that if they are really reused, they might, have a positive impact on the environment. Okay, now the interesting thing from a scientific point of view is that the evidence, in particular the experimental evidence, on the effectiveness of this kind of solution is relatively limited. Okay, and there is a literature, for instance, focusing a lot on the importance of bans and incentives through taxes, but really the literature is relatively limited, and in particular there is very little comparing the effectiveness, the relative effectiveness of different schemes on the demand of plastic bags. So that's exactly where we start from. So what we do is actually to run, to report results of a natural field experiment with loyalty card holders of the biggest supermarket in the capital of the Republic of Armenia, which is Yerevan. Unfortunately, in a particular period, which is between January and July 2020, so you might imagine why it's particular, because it's during the COVID-19 outbreak. So what we do is to compare the effects of different types of intervention, starting from one that I'm particularly interested in, which is the nudging. So actually, you simply give very soft nudging information to the customer, trying to inform them about the risk for environment and even for themselves of consuming a lot of plastic bags. Then we move to something more, economic oriented. So we try to work with financial bonus, and in particular with a very specific financial bonus that is assigned through a contest, so a kind of competition with cardholders. The basic idea, because I think I will not have enough time to present all the details, the basic idea is you participate in a competition with a reference group you are not, you don't know, so that is basically anonymous. You're assigned anonymously to a group. The only thing you know is that if you get the highest score, which depends on the number of plastic bags you purchase during the period of the experiment and the amount you spend in the supermarket, then you get a financial prize at the end. Okay, so it's a financial bonus, but with this interesting competitive element that actually I strongly tried to implement, since we know from other pieces of literature, in particular from from lab experiments, the importance of introducing such competitive environment to stimulate behavior. Okay, and then we have another manipulation that actually interacts with the previous two, that is providing reusable plastic bags. Okay, so these big plastic bags that you can bring many times to the supermarket and avoiding to purchase the non-reusable plastic bag. So what we do, as I told you, is to compare the relative impact of these interventions. Talking about the reusable plastic bags, we ask whether they are really used, really reused, and actually what are the determinants to induce a person to reuse these plastic bags. And actually, we also look at potential side effects, and I anticipate that we do find some kind of backfiring effects of this intervention, in particular on shopping behavior. So let me go straight to the experimental design. As I told you, the experiment has been run in the Republic of Armenia between January and July 2020. So Armenia, is facing the same challenge with plastic that many other developing countries are facing at the moment. And so we were somehow working together with the Ministry for Environment in Armenia, with some other institutions that are actively working from a behavioral perspective in developing countries. So we intervened in the Tsiran supermarket chain that, I don't know anything about, unfortunately, the real Armenian context, but as far as I can understand from statistics, is the biggest supermarket chain in the capital of Armenia, in Yerevan, the capital of the Republic of Armenia, with 9 branches. And actually what we used as a tracking variable to understand how people were reacting to our interventions and to track their shopping behavior was the loyalty card that also provides a lot of benefits to the owner when they use for the when they show it in visiting the supermarket. So thanks to this card holder, we could also do the randomization of individuals over the different branch of the different treatments of our experiment that I'm going to show you. And we could track all the subsequent shopping behavior of these individuals. So we have a lot of variables. Of course, we have the number of plastic bags purchased during the period of the experiment. We have the number of visits of each customer to the supermarket during the period of the experiment. Everything is done thanks to this loyalty card. We have the number of items bought, and also, some more general shopping variable, like the total amount spent for each visit. From subjective control variables, we also know the gender of the cardholder and the distance between the home of the cardholder and the closest supermarket chain they could visit, as well as any other branch of the supermarket chain we are actually using. And of course, as you can imagine, to run this experiment, we needed at least 7 months to have training with the people working inside the supermarket, and making possible that everything could work smoothly during the implementation, even if I should say that this was definitely the most difficult part of the overall experiment. So that's our experiment. Overall, we have 5,800 customers that are, targeted by the experiment, and there are a lot of intervention arms, as you can see. So we have a control group where no treatment was administered, and then we have all the other intervention I was mentioning, the environmental nudge and the financial bonus, also interacted with the provision of reusable plastic bags. And actually, we had as an additional treatment stimulus the size of the reusable plastic bag. We could even have a small plastic bag and a bigger plastic bag, but let me anticipate that this actually didn't work at all in terms of difference of results. So for the most of the results I'm going to present, I will pull the data from these 2 sizes of the reusable plastic bag. So the environmental nudges I anticipated, very simple information. Look, if you use the plastic bag, this might be dangerous for yourself and for the environment. Then we have the financial bonus. Apart from the details, as I told you, it's a kind of competitive scheme such that you are anonymously associated to a group of 10 people. And at the end of the experiment, you have the possibility to win a monetary prize, which is relatively high, given relative to the Armenian situation. If you get the highest score, and the highest score depends on the number of bags you purchased during the experiment and how much you spent for your shopping during the experiment. Okay, and then we added this reusable tote bag. Time to time, we also sent SMS to the participants, so these subjects that were involved in the experiment, in particular in the financial bonus, also providing some information about the relative position in the ranking. Okay? Let me say, I want to skip it because it's very technical, but of course, given the data, given the subject pool, we had to impose some restriction in the, to consider the subjects to include in our data set, because what we wanted to have in our experiment was to identify the regular customer. So roughly speaking, people that regularly showed up at the supermarket, and excluding, for instance, business customers. So, those that, for instance, the owner of a restaurant, so making extraordinary high expenses at the supermarket, and therefore demanding extraordinary high numbers of plastic bags at the supermarkets. And another thing that actually turned out, we had to eliminate from the data set around 650 people because they didn't show up during our experimentation. Okay, so the nice thing is that all these restrictions we imposed in the data set, the selection criteria, were tested in terms of effectiveness on the experimental arms and didn't have any effect at all. So it was, roughly speaking, well balanced cross treatments, those observations that we excluded from the data set. So let me go straight to the results. So first part of the results is like, did we administer a proper experiment? Here what you see is actually how we split the sample over the arms of our experiment. These were actually well balanced, apart from the fact that, as you can see, we had slightly fewer customers receiving the package when the bag was not provided. So we had more participants receiving the reusable bag, but again, we tested for this slight source of unbalancement, and it didn't affect at all our results. As I told you, even if we had training with the supermarket staff, unfortunately there were some errors because the package containing the nudge, the environmental nudge, rather than the instructions for the financial bonus, rather than the reusable plastic bag, were supposed to be provided until April. Until April. Unfortunately, what we noticed is that there were few people receiving the package when they were not supposed to receive, May, June, and July. But anyway, again, this was a very small number, pure error from the supermarket staff that didn't affect at all the results. So again, it was well controlled for. Okay. Now let's go to the most important results. So the first result here that you can see is the number of plastic bags purchased by customer in the experimental harms. Overall, this histogram on the left, and month by month in the other graph on the right. Okay, apart from looking at the graph on the right, you understand a lot of interesting things. The first thing is that it was very statistically powered, as you can see from this kind of good relationship that there exists between the average number of bags demanded by individuals month by month in the different trials. Now there are also some interesting aspects here. The first one is January and July, that you find this very low number of plastic bags. Here is very mechanical, the reason, because in January we had only the last 10 days in which we administered the experiment. In July, the experiment actually stopped, if I remember well, around the 11th of July. The COVID, as you can see, didn't strongly affect, of course, by looking at the retrospective data, didn't affect the visit to the supermarket, apart from May, which was interesting in the Armenian context because May was when the government strongly relaxed the lockdown. And actually it was, you know, the month in which Armenians started going around for holiday, for instance, okay? And roughly speaking, they mainly left the capital going to the countryside for holiday. But anyway, apart from these observations, that is more to explain the path over months, you notice from the left hand side that relative to the control treatment, which is the blue bar, roughly all the treatments, treatments we administered played a role in reducing the number of plastic bags per individual, with you know, the strongest effects actually represented by the financial bonus. Okay, and in particular, when the financial bonus was combined with the reusable plastic bag, is actually the treatment where we observed the strongest reduction in the plastic bag purchase by individuals. Okay, another aspect, as I was telling you, we didn't observe any particular effect, and that's the reason why we are pulling everything, given the size of the plastic bag, the reusable plastic bag. So the size of the reusable plastic bag didn't play any role at all. That's parametrically, so I'm going to skip it dramatically, only to state the result that I have already described by looking at the graph, that both the interventions looked effective in reducing the purchase of plastic bags, and the financial bonus is definitely more effective than the environmental nudge, reducing the plastic bag, with a marginal additional effect played by the provision of the reusable plastic, the reusable bag. Okay, now another question is whether the reusable plastic bag was effectively used, and actually we find an interesting effect here. Well, first of all, it was used, which is you know, a nice news. But there is another effect that we didn't anticipate, that the usage of the reusable plastic bag seems to interact a lot with the treatment we administer. And in particular, those participating in the financial bonus scheme tend to reuse the plastic bag much more often. Okay, so this was an interesting thing because it seems to suggest the financial plastic bag, the financial bonus scheme enforced the behavior in reusing the reusable plastic bag. Let me say one very last result. So far we only talked about demand of plastic bags. We also checked some, potential effects on shopping behavior, and we got an interesting result that actually the financial bonus scheme reduced the shopping behavior of our customers. In particular, this scheme first reduced the number of visits of the customers to the supermarket. And I mean, of course, if you visit less the supermarket, you can understand immediately that also reduce the number of items bought by the customers and the amount spent at the supermarket. So this was a very surprising effect in our opinion. There are many possible explanations. In particular, the first explanation could be, whenever they needed a lot of stuff to buy and therefore asking for more plastic bags, they didn't show up the card, the loyalty card. But this is not really credible as a potential explanation, because this was, economically inefficient for the customers, because they could get more points and therefore more benefits on the card. A second explanation, even if this is the biggest the biggest supermarket chain in Yerevan, is not the only one. And it's reasonable to expect people to have more than one card for supermarkets, and therefore it might be that they moved to other supermarkets in this period. But anyway, so that's the surprising backfiring effect, which makes me to approach the conclusion. So summarizing the results, we find that both this environmental nudge and the financial bonus scheme play an important role in curbing the demand for plastic bags, with a kind of a stronger effect of the financial bonus over the environmental nudge. Unfortunately, then about the reusable bags that we provided subjects, these are very well used, and in particular, there seems to be a positive relationship between the tendency to reuse the reusable plastic bag and the treatment, the financial bonus scheme that we administered during our experiment. Of course, from a policy point of view, there is also bad news. We find a backfiring effect, and in particular, the most effective treatment, the financial bonus scheme, seems to discourage shopping behavior, something that has to be taken into account when you decide to implement this kind of intervention in a big scale. So that's almost everything. One thing that I forgot to tell you, we also find that the tendency to reuse the plastic bag is positively associated with the number of times you go to the supermarket. I mean, of course, it's reasonable, but it is statistically proved in our study, which also gives you an idea that this kind of presence that were very common in the past, in particular in the US, there are very nice studies of supermarket chains giving this reusable plastic bags, could be very effective whenever you manage to target this incentive to frequent customers. But actually, these were the main results. So thank you very much. The only thing that I would like to add was the fact that we couldn't run such a field experiment without the support of institutions, of course. And as I told you, we had a lot of institutions that were particularly interested in the Armenian context because of representing a developing country, which was even more challenging for us, given the importance that this let's say risk from plastic takes dimension in terms of developing countries. But that's it. So thank you very much for hearing this.
Thank you, Luca, for this very interesting presentation. I think we can take one or two short questions before we move to the other two presentations. Is there any question from the audience? Can you use the mic?
A question for Luca. So, hi, on the backfiring effects, I was wondering, is that, I mean, I don't know the context, but I could imagine, do you think it's reasonable to think that in those 6 months of COVID, people will shop around in the different shoppings? So it could be that they were allowed only to go to shopping malls, for example, or to supermarkets. So perhaps there was an incentive to do so, but perhaps not. I don't know.
Well, to be honest, I don't exactly know. I can't give you a clear answer. Oh, sure, yes. I don't have a clear answer for that. For sure, the way in which the lockdown in Armenia was administered was slightly different from, like the Italian context. So they could move from, around supermarkets. The point is that it comes out as a result. So of course, a final answer could be given only by looking at the data from other supermarkets, which was not possible. But the interesting thing, this is treatment specific. So it doesn't come out, for instance, when looking at the environmental nudge. So it's something that you only see for those people that were targeted by the financial bonus scheme.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both, Eva and Luca, for these most interesting studies. I think very well done. And I think, nevertheless, there is a kind of elephant in the room, which is dealing with the idea of long-term development. So when you are interested in reducing the use of plastic bags, the most efficient thing is to ban them. Then they are no longer used and they disappear and behavior can adapt. And I think that could be a very interesting question for behavioral economists to think about learning and adaptation of behavior. And to some extent, this is also true for your presentation, Eva, because you have this very well description of technologies. So the alternatives are there. But I think when we talk about the transformation towards sustainability, all the alternatives are not yet there. So we are really confronted with unknown things and we need to experimentally develop these technologies. And this is fully missing. So the results are very well for policymakers to implement short-term designs which are effective for subsidizing the adoption of new technologies. But it's not at all about technological change, innovation, and how the whole economic system finally is transforming.
You are totally right. I mean, we are just considering a segment of time because, of course, this is evolving continuously, and there's an uncertainty on how it's going to be developed.
Yeah, no. If I can add another element, so that's definitely true. So that's one of the most important limitations for any study, in particular talking about nudge, so the long-term effect. For banning, I mean, remember that this context is very special. So, I mean, which could be identified as a developing country. And so banning requires a lot of institutional effort and resources. That's the reason why you might have institutions themselves being very interested in alternative strategies. So among the partners we had the ministry, and it was like trying to understand whether they could avoid investing resources to enforce banning. So that's one of the potential. But you're definitely true about the long-run effects, and this is the reason why we are trying to bargain a bit with the supermarket to ask the data after our experiment, at least for 1-2 years after the experiment. Even if, I mean, the context will be definitely different because we ran the experiment during the COVID. So this was unfortunately the Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have to say that I share Andrea's points because this is really the Italian case. Because in Italy, we had a ban for plastic bags that have to be substituted by bio-based plastic bags. And it was very effective. So oftentimes, you know, as we say in Italy, un tratto di penna del legislatore, just one line written by the regulator can be more effective than a lot of other incentives that we as economists are looking into. Anyway, thank you very much again. So we can now move on to the next two presentations by Annarita Colasante, which is a professor of applied economics here at UnitelmaSapienza, and Lorenzo Lotti, who is a professor of economics at University College in London. So I think we start with Annarita.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thanks to be here. I'm Annarita Colasante. I'm going to present this joint work with two colleagues, Rocco Caferra and Enrica Imbert. And these results are collected under the framework of the LIFE-EBP project. I will explain in a nutshell in a while the main aim of this European project. But the aim is to assess, to study the consumer behavior in this case, to buy the consumer propensity, let's say, to buy some specific products. First of all, if I manage to move with the slide, okay. So the problem we are facing right now is one of the problem is the food waste, okay? As you know, this is a very important problem that we need to manage and solve as soon as we can. Circular economy and circular bioeconomy are one of the possible answer to solve this problem, and this European project is going in this direction, okay? So trying to figure out how we can use residues, let's say, or byproducts to produce something else, so to close the loop. This is the well-known food recovery hierarchy. As you can see, I will just go through, just to recall that we have some most preferable options, like, for example, the most important one is the prevention, and the least of preferable option, meaning the disposal, okay? So each option is ranked in this sense. So we should prevent food waste and food loss, but in the case in which we are not able to prevent, we should reuse for human consumption or for animal feed, or we should also recycle, okay? So in this framework, some of the practices adopted in the framework of circular bioeconomy, in the circular economy, are these four. So the biogas production, so the food waste could be used to produce biogas, to produce feed, okay, or to produce food. And these are called VISP products, okay? So the value added surplus product. Or at the end, they could use for composting. So we are focusing on something that is in the between of the third and the fourth option. This is why I highlighted these two options. And the most important part is that these products, so these upcycled products, are produced by using residues, okay? So we have some discarded material that normally should be considered as a food waste, but we could use for producing food. There is a bunch of literature suggesting that consumers are willing to accept this kind of products, but obviously the rate of acceptance is lower than conventional bio products. And the willingness to buy is estimated around 50 to 60%. Okay, so by conducting studies, surveys, and so on and so forth, what emerges is that only half of the respondents of these surveys are willing to buy this VSP product. So the LIFE-EBP project is focusing on the reuse, okay, of especially municipal bio-waste. So as you know, firms, municipalities, and everybody is considering waste as a problem to be managed, okay, not as a resource to be used. In the framework of the LIFE-EBP project, what we want to see is, okay, should we use this municipal bio-waste to produce something? And the answer is yes, of course. And one of the products that we are going to study is the production of a fertilizer, let's say organic. We are not that sure that could use the organic word before, but it's the use of this kind of fertilizer. And this kind of fertilizer could be used either for plants, meaning for not food, okay, or to produce food. The projects involve all these partners and focus on these 5 European countries considered as a case study. So the main motivation of this study is to try to understand if consumers are willing to buy, so willing to accept to consume food produced by the using of the fertilizer coming from the organic fraction of the municipal solid waste. The literature about this topic is really poor because of these three reasons mainly. First of all, these kind of fertilizers are not widely used because the complex regulation works against, okay, the adoption of this kind of fertilizer. Secondly, there is a really low adoption from farmers because they are skeptical, okay? On the one hand, because of the potential risks coming from the use of these kind of fertilizers, and the second reason is because of the performance. They usually consider this kind of product as sub-product, okay? So not effective as the conventional chemical fertilizer. And finally, the end users in this case are not, we are not informed usually about the kind of fertilizer producers are deploying, okay? So we don't know. But in this case, probably they should be, and try to figure out what happened. Okay, these kind of problems lead also to the problem of economic viability, meaning that if consumers, end users, are not willing to buy this kind of products because of, don't know, similar behavior related to the VASP products, or they are not willing to pay an extra price because they do not consider this kind of good as superior one, so they are not willing to pay the so-called green premium, farmers face a problem of economic viability. So the aim of the current investigation is to understand, to measure, to assess the consumer's willingness to buy and to pay for this kind of products, and try to figure out whether this kind of information could be useful for farmers to adopt, okay? So to shape farmers' preferences in deploying this kind of organic circular biofertilizer, So the methodology, the whole study will consist on two steps, end user sides and producer sides, because as I said before, we have the demand and the supply side involved. So in these first steps, that are the results that I'm going to present today, we simply assess consumers' preference. These consumers' preferences, this information will be used to feed a field experiment. The field experiment will be run with farmers. So we will involve a group of farmers, and we provide information. We will provide a sample of the fertilizer, and we will provide also to some of them information about the end users' willingness to accept such kind of. This survey was administered by using Prolific, which is an online platform. And we have a sample of the 5, right now just 4, representative countries involved in the LIFE-EBP project. So Italy, Greece, Spain, and France. Right now we have 492 data collected, and the questionnaire was mainly aimed to observe some behavior, mainly pro-environmental behavior, and we measured the food neophobia, meaning the attitude to people to try something new, okay? The second one was mainly focused on the purchase habits and the willingness to pay. And finally, the third section was entirely devoted to the study, to the assessment of the willingness to buy and willingness to pay for goods producing by using this circular fertilizer. So this is just a description of our sample. And we grouped all the questions in 3 major sets, okay? So on the one hand, we have the psychological and the behavioral aspects that are related to the pro-environmental behavior, okay? We did a lot of questions to assess this pro-environmental behavior, and here in this graph, you are observing simply the average of the answers to to these questions. As you can see, we did not find any significant differences across the 4 countries involved. And subjects are really prone to adopt such kind of pro-environmental behavior. And here we have the results from the neophobia, okay? In this case, the average is very low, and also in this case, we did not find any significant differences across countries. Then we measure also, we consider another group, that is the environmental knowledge, measured by the assessment of risks and benefits, okay? Again, we have a lot of questions. We try to merge together and have a sort of average of the answers. So we measure the risk related to the consumption of some foods, for example, fat and refined sugars, the risk related to the use of chemical pesticides, and finally, the benefits related to the consumption of bio-based and organic products. So as you can easily see, subjects really underestimate the potential risk related to the consumption of some specific foods, but they are pretty convinced that that consume organic food and bio-based products is good for our health and the environment. So this is the willingness to pay, so related to something related to the economic sphere. And just a quick note that on average, they are willing to pay more or less the same. We have some differences just in Italy and in France, in which people are willing to pay a bit more to have organic instead of bio-based food, okay? So certified bio-based, fresh food, just for fresh food. Finally, this is the willingness to buy related to these products from the circular fertilizer. As you can see, the large majority of people are willing to buy this product. So, and this result is in contrast with what we observed for the VISP product. So this is a good news also for us working on the LIFE-EBP project, because this means that if you are reaching our objective of producing this kind of fertilizer, people are willing to buy the product. And the most interesting results is that half of them suggest that the best option to deploy this kind of fertilizer is for producing human food. Okay, not feed, not pet feed and whatever, just human food. And this is a very nice result in a sense. Okay, this is the willingness to pay for such kind of products. Of course, the lowest one is for the products coming from the circular fertilizer, and the most preferred one is the organic certified. So I just go to the conclusion. Here we run an econometric analysis trying to figure out which are the most important factors affecting the consumption on the willingness to buy and to pay for bio-based products, either standard or certified, and also the willingness to buy and to pay for this circular fertilizer derived product. Just a quick note, I think that you can easily see the numbers, but I highlighted the most important ones. So once we are in the bio-based sphere, so the ones in which we are right now in our markets, we see that people are mainly moved by perceived benefits on their health, okay? Only benefits, okay, could positively affect the willingness to pay for this bio-based product. And the people, okay, who care a lot about a health diet are willing to pay more for such kind of. What we need to do to go from bio-based to circular bio-based is to consider also climate concern and pro-environmental action. Okay, so in this case, we need something more. Health and the benefits related to health are really important, but only people with great climate concern are willing to buy or to pay more, okay, for such kind of circular product. And the psychological effect of the food neophobia is significant, okay? Even though the perceived benefits, so the sum of this coefficient and this coefficient, so positive impact on environmental and health, plus the climate concern are greater than the negative effect due to the psychological. So what we should do is try to convince people that these products are not that bad. And the good news is that since people are willing to accept this kind of products, so producers, farmers, will be more incentivized to deploy such kind of circular fertilizer, and hence the results of our projects in terms of producing, of reusing this municipal waste could be effective. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anarita, for this very interesting presentation and presenting these preliminary results from this LIFE-EBP project. Okay, so I guess we move now to the Lorenzo's presentation, and then we can take one or two quick questions.
Good morning. My name is Lorenzo, and thank you very much for the invite, of course. I work at UCL, and today I would like to talk a little bit about our work in terms of nudges, linking very much with the previous presentations. Of course, I will need to manage well the time because I bring a lot of different examples, so please nudge me if I'm moving too slow. So a little bit about what we are doing. We are a team that works on field and online experiment mostly, and related with energy and environment. So extremely related with what we are talking about today. And we are not just based in UCL. For example, Dr. Barile is from Warwick. I would like to start linking with what Eva was mentioning in terms of IPCC report and the importance of behaviors. Of course, changing our behaviors is needed if we look at sustainability, climate change, and the anthropogenic emissions. So these graphs and figures are also from IPCC reports, and they show you a clear picture of the fact that our CO2 emissions equivalent have been increasing dramatically in the last 50 years, and in particular between 2000 and 2010, that the current emissions per capita are very different across the globe. So this is a static problem, but also a dynamic problem, because these numbers are evolving, and we don't want to have, for example, a big rectangle. If I'm looking at the C graph here, a big rectangle with like North America as a y-axis in terms of per capita emissions. And on the top figure instead, I would like to show a very old but effective graph from the Stern Review in 2006, which was actually describing already quite accurately what could happen with increased temperatures at global level. So that's why we really need to make a shift and, of course, try to limit the increase between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius globally. And as Eva and the others were correctly pointing out, the behavior change and behavioral economics interventions are really important for some sectors in this fight against time. On the right-hand side, you can see the potential effects of social cultural factor changes in the food and nutrition sectors. So you can see that in terms of gigatons of CO2 equivalent per year, we could have a very strong reduction. Yeah. So if we go back, we can see that CO2 equivalent in per capita in total in the A graph is around 45. So a 5-6 gigatons of CO2 equivalent is a big amount. And this involves us in many ways. So we are not just consumers. And so if you think about yourself as a consumer, of course, you can do certain things in your private life, but we are also academics, we are also restaurant owners, we are also professionals. So the effect that we can have may be much, much bigger within our daily job, actually. And all the different selves would need to work together in order to rebalance the situation and so nudging and looking at incentive in a broader with a broader view and perspective. So from behavioral economics and from our side, the important is to focus on two aspects. The first one is to understand ourselves, so the biases and non-standard behaviors that we were discussing in the previous presentations. And the second one is to actually how to direct our decision-making towards the best path. So that may be nudges, for example, as we were discussing in Luca's presentation, and the fact that we may need to gently push the shoulder of someone, as Tyler and Sustain were firstly describing in their book, towards the best, the most sustainable consumptions in this case, even if we have applications in many other sectors, of course, like health and financial decisions. So what I would like to discuss today are some examples of experiments we have run looking at these two big categories. So the first example will be about understanding ourselves, and the second ones will be about shaping and try to nudge participants. As a first example, so understanding ourselves, can you tell me, let's play a little game. Can you tell me which one of these you think is the most sustainable product from a point of view of CO2 emissions only? So without considering like, I don't the impact on soil or and without considering transport, yeah? Assuming that they are all produced in the same location A, yeah? What would you say? Potatoes, the one on the right. The last one is cheddar, yeah. It's a very British example. And then we have British eggs, we have British milk, and we have British potatoes. And yeah, so potatoes, yeah, eggs, milk, and cheddar. All right. And what about this one? So we have tofu, pork mince, bananas, and beef mince. So pork mince, banana. We don't include, we don't consider packaging. That's another assumption. Neither transportation. Yeah. Just the like, yeah, the CO2 emissions related with the production. We are talking the least impactful. Yeah. And then we have beef mince. Okay. So this is a part of the online experiment we played with Italian and British participants in understanding overconfidence in terms of sustainable food consumption. Yeah? So we asked participants how confident they are with their knowledge, and then we tested them, and we asked them how confident they were with their answers. So it's an overconfidence or underconfidence measured in two stages. And what we discovered is that people on average, like participants on average, were slightly overconfident in their overall knowledge, but then they were quite underconfident in terms of how much they scored here. Yeah, so I didn't ask you how confident you are with your answers, but that was quite an interesting one. And we played a little bit with them, creating different field and like different treatment arms. In particular, we had the control group with a simple like questionnaire. Then we had the choice overload, which has 8 products, not just 4. We had salience, where we added this sustainability symbol of the hand to like nudge towards the right option. Then we had salience and choice overload, so salience plus 8 products. And then we had the distractor and distractor with choice overload. And that is, for example, this one, yeah, putting the hand of sustainability on pork, yeah, just to distract you. And what we discovered was that except for the overconfidence and underconfidence that we have discussed already, of course, labels are really important. So this graph measures the mean judgment accuracy, yeah, so the actual score they did, let's say. And the distractor with 4 products actually helped very much in understanding which one wasn't the one to choose. But it did quite a mess with the choice overload. With 8 products and the distractor, that was really difficult for participants. And imagine yourself in a supermarket, you don't have 8 products. Sometimes you have 50 products on the same specific product or good, let's say. Choice overload messed up a little bit with scores. And we see that instead, if we have salience, salience can have a positive effect, in particular with the choice overload in guiding the consumers. Yeah, so the importance of salient labels is really crucial. And this, of course, combines with other things, with like health labels and et cetera, et cetera. So it's not easy for policymakers, but it's surely important also for directing our decision. But this paper was mostly about understanding ourselves rather than directing decisions. Let's play another very quick game. What do you think about this menu? So if you go in a restaurant, this is an actual menu for a restaurant, do you find it salient from, for example, a plant-based and vegetarian perspective? Or do you see any kind, in terms of design, do you find it problematic, messy, difficult to understand? A bit messy. Yeah, the font of the is half of the menu. There is the yellow. Other comments? Yeah, exactly. So there are the different labels with different colors indicating similar things, like vegan and is green and blue, and plant-based is bottom right. Yeah. So this is about nudging. Yeah. So in this second example, we actually try to nudge people towards plant-based consumption in some London restaurants. Yeah. So we intervened on menus. Yeah. How? So we partnered with 2 restaurants which are based in the same hotel and had customers from the hotel, but also from the offices around, for example. And we treated one restaurant as the control group, and we treated another restaurant as the treatment group. We didn't have data on the single tables, so it was difficult to implement the same treatment and controls within the same restaurant. These were very like continental, traditional restaurants with a lot of steaks and beef options, for example, meat-related option, but there were also plant-based and vegetarian dishes. So what we did, we had a very long timeline between June and September. We kept the original menus for the first period. Then in one of the restaurants, we swapped, we removed the symbols vegan and vegetarian completely. So this is less information for the customer. Then in the treatment 2, we actually substituted them with a symbol which was about low emissions. And in the third one, we kept the low emission symbol, adding a transparency statement. So transparent nudge is when we tell people that we are nudging them, and why sometimes. So what we have found, I may skip a little bit, but what we have seen is that, so the treatment 1, again, is the removal. Yeah. So with the removing the vegan and plant-based symbols from the menu, actually increased the amount of food ordered with those characteristics. So that is possibly with self-identification and the fact that people didn't, of those restaurants didn't want to be like seen or considered vegan or vegetarian. So actually here, if you see, this is the only significant overall result. But then if you look at starters and mains, you see that actually removing these symbols has a positive significant effect. Swapping with the low emissions, it doesn't, so it wasn't effective. We think also because of saliency of the label. But then if we put a transparent nudge explaining why that we are targeting and nudging you on sustainability, that had the strongest effect if you look at the starters. Yeah. So of course, here we have the statement. So a selection of dishes we would like you not only to taste for the amazing flavor, but also for the environment. So this is very interesting because, of course, shows the value of removing vegan and vegetarian, and we had a discussion with Pier Giuseppe on what to do. So customers would need some information, in particular if they are vegan and vegetarian, because sometimes there are ingredients that you don't know about. There is Parmesan, I don't know. But in terms of sustainability, perhaps having 2 menus or something like that may be better. So here we had some parallel trends, and you see that, for example, with removing, we had a clear reduction, a clear increase in the plant-based and vegetarian dishes, and the same is true for the mains. Yeah, and then you can see here the starters. Yeah, with the transparent nudge. So one point I will skip very, very fast to example 5, just to say that an important point is the framing, as we were discussing before, and the framing of this transparent nudge was very indirect, I think, not just for a great flavor, but also for the environment. In this case, instead, we ran an experiment on sustainable fish consumption, and the framing was really different of the transparent nudge. In this case, in UCL campus, we wrote, this message is designed to nudge you towards a sustainable choice. So we are brainwashing you, something like that. And the effect is here. We actually increased the amount of least sustainable consumption in terms of fish. Yeah, so that has backfired completely. And the reason for that is the framing. In a presentation in September, October, a student from King's, I think, raised a hand, said, I'm vegan, but after reading that, I'm really tempted to just go for the fish option because it's imposing in some ways. So the transparent nudge is not a panacea, of course, and it works very well with default nudges, but the framing is really crucial. How much time do I have? Couple of minutes. So last but not least, nudges on recycling. So in this case, we worked on UCL campus. We have 55,000 students at UCL. We worked on improving recycling quality with a nudge related with neuroscience and the fact that our brain is very good in spotting pair of eyes in nature. Perhaps this is for self-defense when we were living in forests, but so that drives attention very much. We recognize eyes very quickly. For reasons that I will not explain now. But what we did, we actually associated and linked a pair of eyes from one of our students to the information we have in terms of recycling on our bins. And we did 2 treatments. So, of course, we had the control group with this usual bin that we have designed with BEAT for recycling at UCL, which was quite, it's quite salient and effective compared to the before. Then we had the 2 treatments where we added the pair of eyes. In particular, the second treatment, we remove information and we just keep the eyes. Yeah? We just put the pressure, a social pressure, on the person that, of course, has a very limited time to make their decision. Yeah, you don't want to stay all the day in front of a bin. So we run this as a difference in differences. So we compare the control and treatment before and after. It was running from May to July, so a quiet period perhaps, but staff and students were present in the buildings. And yeah, just to show you here parallel trends. So if you see, this is not recycling, this is mixed recycling, and this is food. And you can see that we had quite a strong effect when we associated the eyes with the information. So in particular, you can see here how low the number of errors are compared to the treatment, the control group. Yeah. And the same is, it's very difficult to tell, but the same is true for the food. Yeah. So in treatment 1, reduced the percentage of errors by 64, 95, and 58%. So big drops, perhaps like the ones we have seen in the Armenian supermarkets. On the other side, if we had just social pressure, so just the eyes, that actually had a negative effect. Yeah. So you can see that we have not significant effects here, but people were just tempted to recycle more because of the pressure without knowing the rules of the game, let's say. Also taking into account that students are changing, so this would not have long-term effects anyways, but unless you keep the nudge. But pressure alone for recycling wouldn't work according to our study. So the combination instead of information and a visual nudge, like a pair of eyes, social pressure could be really, really effective. So this was my summary of some of the papers we have. And here there are 2 of the papers which are, if you want to read them more, the other ones are also published recently. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, for this interesting presentation. I kind of knew some of the papers.
Yes.
Anyway, we have time for a couple of very, very quick questions. So can open to the floor.
That's an amazing question. So basically, these 3, you see that we have three like compartments, and they have transparent bags. So our student that worked with us actually went at 6 p.m. when no one was there, lifted the bags, checked the mistakes because they are transparent bags, and then put it back. So it was a long work also, because if you look at the sample size, it's a big sample. Like we had like 2,000 observations in total. So these are 2,000 bags. And you divide times 3, so it is like 700 bins in 3 months. Yeah. So it is a big work. But it was very, very well trained. So that was, and it was a luck that they were transparent. Otherwise, it wasn't easy or doable, probably.
More complicated. Dirty job, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, please join me in another round of applause to our speaker. So we have now 30 minutes coffee break. So we reconvene here at 11:45. The coffee break is outside.
È interessante, non è iniziato il film esperimento.
Allora, speriamo perché sono ancora collezionati salve.
Qual è la risposta?
Non ve l'ho detto, è vero. Allora, il primo era banane, nel secondo c'erano le banane, nel secondo c'era la banana, era giusto, e nel primo erano le potatoes, come avevate detto alla fine.
Io chiudo questa pagina.
Ah sì, come fa? Ah sì, scusa, ho fatto and like, hearing, but
E quindi dobbiamo aspettare che sia finito, perché questo è il nostro abbastanza campioni da questo. E a quel punto faremo un trattamento dei quali abbiamo anche le informazioni su quanto sarebbero di pagare.
certo, qui il social media, second,
E abbiamo un altro invece
cioè, scusa, questo è il modo di utilizzare bene lo sport.
master student.
A Master
Ma cioè, proprio-
cioè, loro prendevano il sacco e contavano prima tutti i pezzi che trovavano. Diciamo, questo è ancora il tipo 54, ci sono 28 che sono nel posto sbagliato. Per fortuna non era tardi, ma alcuni pezzi sono finiti da però non hai pezzi standardizzati, cioè no, puoi avere un pezzettino di plastica così, praticamente sono things that count. In realtà abbiamo pensato fare, cioè sarà tipo weight di ogni che perché sai che mi fa pensare a una cosa veramente l'università che stai italiano non mi ricordo se tu hai sempre il contenuto devi plastica che non va nella quindi solo plastica. Questa cosa qua è quello che mi ha sorpreso avere qualcuno che si grossi pezzi piccoli l'anno scorso abbiamo anche fatto un
Ok, so please. Alessandra, puoi chiamare, puoi dire di entrare agli altri quelli che stanno fuori? Non ce l'abbiamo la campanella. Veloci per cortesia. Chop chop. We're missing one speaker in the afternoon, so we will. Enriquez. Come sta? Not good. What is it? Okay. I will. Please do come in. Okay. So we are now ready to start with the second session of this morning, which is about assessing sustainability, measuring sustainability, developing tools and metrics for measuring sustainability. This is a topic that we've been working on for a long time here at the Bioeconomy and Transition Research Group, together with Professor Koutinas, who will open this session with his keynote speak. We have been working on since 2017 on the Star Pro Bio project, where we started developing tools and metrics for assessing the sustainability. And we are now involved in several other European projects with similar purpose, including SUSTRACK, that is led by UnitelmaSapienza, BIORECER, within which Unitelma is one of the partners, and Star for BBS, led by TU Berlin, from Luana, that is here, and Unitelma is also a partner. So without any further ado, I will now leave the floor to Professor Koutinas for his keynote address, and then we will move on to the three following presentations. Please, Apostolis.
I'd like to thank you, Giuseppe, for the invitation. It's always nice to be in Rome. It's one of my favorite cities anyway, and the research that is taking place here. It's actually complementary to what we do. It's very interesting to see a different perspective to the research we're conducting. So I'm based in Agricultural University of Athens in the Department of Food Science and Human Nutrition, but I'm a chemical engineer. and I have an expertise in biochemical engineering. So the tools I'm going to present today is actually the result of a research evolution in the last 20 years. I'm mainly conducting experiments on biorefinery development, initially on industrial biotechnology, then on biorefinery development using organic waste from different stages of food value chains. I'm focusing on the production of different products for bio-based products such as polyhydroxyalkanoids, decarboxylic acids, microbial lipids, and bacterial cellulose, which can be building blocks for the production of bio-based products. But at some point around 2014, 2015, we realized that since we have the chemical engineering background, why don't we exploit it? I'm also teaching food process design and bioprocess design. Why don't we exploit it in order to assess the sustainability? Initially the techno-economic evaluation, then the life cycle assessment, and then the social life cycle assessment, and you will see how this goes, of the process that we develop. And we found out many interesting results that I'm going to explain and how this relates to your actually discipline. This is a slide that I like presenting that shows the reduction of commodity price index in the 20th century. That was continuously reduced mainly because we made the best choice of feedstock for providing chemicals, fuels, and plastics to serve our everyday needs. But at the turning of the 21st century, all this reduction in commodity price index vanished. And this is because we're facing several problems like resources limitation that influence actually each other, increasing population as middle-class consumer around the world, and while demand is soaring, finding new resources is not as easy as it used to be, or it is more expensive than it used to be. You hear about the bioeconomy and the substitution of the petrochemical era. In order to do that, we need to replicate what the petroleum industry actually did. The petroleum industry fractionated petroleum and actually produced, apart from fuels, major building blocks, specific building blocks, 7 building blocks like ethylene, propylene, butane, for the production of the chemicals and polymers that we use today. And this became very profitable. So the bioeconomy should produce not the same, because we start from biomass. Biomass does not contains oxygen. Petroleum does not contain oxygen, which means it's more dense in terms of carbon. So in the bioeconomy, we should start thinking what we can produce from biomass and be as efficient as the petrochemical industry. So in 2004, the first report published in terms of the bio-based chemical building blocks, that in the next 20 years, this family of platform chemicals evolved based on different criteria: production efficiency, grams of products per gram of feedstock, conversion either by fermentation, green chemical conversion, feasibility for industrial implementation, availability of feedstock, feedstocks that can be used for the production of these building blocks. And nowadays we have moved to the bioeconomy era, where we actually try to find out which products we can produce from the building blocks that we have available. So the situation is getting more and more complex, because our society is in need of finding solutions. A major problem is plastic production, but replacing plastic with bioplastics is a major problem. And as you can see here, only a very small fraction of the total plastic production has been replaced by bioplastic production. And this is actually because of the cost problem. So bioplastic production is more expensive than petroleum-derived plastics. And at the moment, the highest production capacity of bio-based product around the world is bioethanol from corn, which is actually something that is unsustainable. So how can we solve this problem? How can we create competitive processes, cost-competitive processes, and more sustainable processes as compared to petrochemical counterparts? This can only be achieved through biorefinery development. The biorefinery has several problems that has to be solved. First of all, the end products. No matter which feedstock we'll produce, we need to target specific end products and multiple products. So the logic of producing a single product is not anymore under question because it is not profitable. So we need to produce multiple products that can satisfy different industrial sectors, chemicals and pigments, construction materials to textiles. So, and you can see the complex processes that can lead from the original feedstock to the final product. However, we need to go through several intermediates. So we have three different problems. Which feedstock should we start from? Which intermediate should we produce and with which technology? And which marketable products should we choose in order to be more competitive and more sustainable as related to the petrochemical industry? This slide here shows the evolution of the choice of feedstock, the historical evolution of the choice of feedstock in order to produce the bio-based products. We started from agricultural products. We soon understand that it's not sustainable. We moved to agro-industrial and forestry residues and non-edible crops. Food supply chain side streams, like the organic fraction of municipal solid waste, micro and macroalgae, in order to exploit aquatic environments. End-of-life bioplastic waste. This is a recent introduction to the portfolio of feedstocks that can be used in bioeconomy era, because we have several feedstock waste. So our perception nowadays become, why don't we convert the problem into the solution? Because actually, different societies, different civilizations manage to survive when they turn the problem into a solution. So, and we come to the final feedstock, which is, since CO2 is the problem, since methane is the problem, why don't we use it as a raw material instead of trying to deal with it? So why don't we use it in order to produce useful end products? So research nowadays have moved to this direction. I was speaking to a colleague the other day who did his PhD almost 25 years ago, maybe 30 years ago. And he told me that he was studying at that time the conversion of formic acid into CO2. And he thought, why don't I is this a reversible reaction? What will happen if I try the same enzyme to convert CO2 into formic acid? And he found out that this is possible. He published this result. He received no citations for 25 years. And within 2 years, he has more than 500 citations. So, which means that nowadays, what we're considering in the past as a no research land nowadays is actually what will bring the solution, the innovation and the innovative thinking. Another approach of innovative thinking actually is how do we deal with the problems of the feedstock and the biorefinery. As I mentioned in the beginning, petrochemical feedstocks are dense in terms of carbon and energy. As compared to organic feedstocks. Furthermore, biorefineries has to rely on water, and getting rid of the water at the end of the reaction is something very expensive, especially if you have to evaporate it. Furthermore, we have problems associated with the yield of the microbial metabolism, because the microorganism does not produce chemicals because we want them. He produces chemicals in order to grow and survive, which means that consumes carbon sources for maintenance and for growth, which means that we're wasting feedstock in order to grow the microorganism. How will we deal the problem? Because we start from a position that we need a higher throughput and a higher production rate as related to petrochemical refineries. And any engineer, any economist understand when we start with such a problem, then we'll never achieve cost competitiveness. In order to match this gap, we have to create a link between different industrial sectors. And one of these industrial sectors is the energy production sector, electricity. So 20 years ago, if someone told us that we are going to use electric cars, this was something that we could not comprehend, or 30 years ago. Nowadays, the chemical industry is thinking seriously into moving into electrified processes in order to replace conventional solvents, alkalis, acids, high temperature and pressures by electricity or electricity-driven technologies. I'll give you some examples. CO2, I mentioned before about CO2. CO2 can be converted by electrochemical reactions into different organic molecules like formic acid, acetic acid, ethanol, different carboxylic acids. These are either carbon sources or building blocks for chemical production. In the same time, we can use electrochemistry in order to extract metabolic products like carboxylic acid produced during fermentation. The electrochemical processes produce actually alkaline or acidic environments, so we can fix the pH in the fermentation process, which means we do not need to rely into mineral acids and alkalis in order to neutralize the pH used in the fermentation process, which means that by introducing electricity-driven processes into biorefineries, we can create a more sustainable environment, and which means a more competitive environment with petrochemical processes. The problem is that industry is still thinking in terms of cost, especially outside Europe. Europe, I think, is the continent where sustainability has become such a major issue in practice, not only in theory. So in order to create a really competitive environment as compared to petrochemical processes, we need to produce multiple products, as in the case of, for instance, in these slides, I present the conversion of the organic fraction of municipal solid waste that contains oils and fats, proteins, and carbohydrates. From the oils and fats and protein fraction, we can produce biosurfactants, which is a major ingredient in the cleaning products, detergents, for instance. While the carbohydrates can be used for the production of succinic acid, lactic acid. Succinic acid can be used for the production of polyurethanes. Polyurethanes is used in the construction industry, and lactic acid can be used in hot melt adhesives. These are bio-based adhesives that are used in different applications, for instance, in furniture. So by introducing this kind of novelty and by assessing all sustainability aspects, cost, environment, and societal impact, then we can justify that the process that we develop are more sustainable to petrochemical counterparts. How do we deal with these challenges? Bioeconomy is not inherently sustainable. So when you hear about bio-based products, about sustainable processes, it's not necessary that is more sustainable than producing petrochemical products. You need to prove that. Because many conversions and resource and energy intensives. You use additives that that hinder recycling of end products after their end of life. You use chemicals or hazardous substances. So you need to go deep into detail into the different processes. We should not compete with food and feed. We should identify the chemicals that cause ecosystem hazard or health hazard, and then avoid profitability risks and fluctuating feedstock prices and availability. So we have to resort to complex sustainability assessment tools in order to accelerate the transition into the circular economy era. Which means you need these tools in order to facilitate decision-making and policy development. Our society, for instance, my generation, is not used to circular thinking, which means we need to create future generation with circular thinking. This is not easy it is not easy thing to do because we are trained to think linearly. We don't care what happens when we dump something after we use it. We should be concerned on what happens to everything that we use after we dump it. We need to improve resource management. We need to improve industry and manufacturing sector, and need to train the general public into the circular thinking approaches. So, how can we use? How did we use the chemical engineering background with the sustainability assessment and the circular economy? We have used process design, which is actually a modeling and simulation of the operation of an industrial plant to generate material and energy balances and facilitate the evaluation of the hazards associated with solvent use, or technology use, high temperature and pressure, for instance, and convert these inventories into data for assessing the life cycle, the environmental effects through life cycle assessment, the techno-economic assessment, the social assessment. But the problem is that you generate so many indicators, and how do you evaluate all these indicators? Because when we compare different processes, then you end up with having different indicators being positive and other indicators being negative between two processes. So it is very difficult to compare them. So the simplest way and effective way to do that is through life cycle costing, through monetization of environmental and social externalities and converting different indicators into single costs. This slide shows the complexity. At the top block diagram, we start from feedstock selection, a wide range of feedstocks that should be evaluated based on availability, convertibility, and also price and logistics. We have refining, which is the fractionation of the feedstocks into usable fractions for producing end products. We have the conversion of the carbohydrates or proteins or lipids into final products, the separation and purification stage. We have end product formulation in order to satisfy the requirements of the specific market, the use phase, and then after the end of life, we need to select through the hierarchy of recycling approaches, whether we're going to reuse the used product, we're going to resort to mechanical recycling, chemical recycling, enzymatic recycling, incineration, biodegradation, and what are we going to do with the product of this recycling route? Are we to exploit the energy? Are we going to exploit the CO2 produced, the compost produced as fertilizer? Are we going to recycle the material? Are we going to recycle the monomer? So the complexity is becoming more and more intensive. So, which means we need to define criteria per process, per product, and per feedstock, depending whether we need to use a feedstock into producing multiple products, or we have to produce a product for multiple feedstock. So the complexity has to be defined and case specific. And then we have to use the right tools: environmental assessment, societal assessment, economic assessment, and nowadays it's very important to include also safety aspects. Safety aspects in terms of hazards, of human health. In my department, we have also, it's Department of Food Science and Human Resources. And I had a recent discussion with an expert on human nutrition. And I was I was explaining him this and how to connect the production and the utilization of the feedstock and the producing of the end product with human health. And he told me, this kind of research is actually what we are looking for, and we cannot find data. Yes, we cannot find data because you have to collaborate with engineers, you have to collaborate with biotechnologists, you have to collaborate with chemists. And imagine how it's difficult for us that our disciplines are close to collaborate. Imagine how difficult this is for nutritionists and doctors to collaborate with chemical engineers and chemists in the production phase, not in terms of metabolism or in terms of biochemistry. So we need to widen the circle of disciplines in order to include actually the effect of what we produced and what we dump to human health and other hazardous effects. So process design is actually the development of process flow diagram, including all the information of the conversion of the feedstock in the final product, the estimation of mass and energy balances, the sizing of the equipment, because economies of scale, this is something you understand very well. It's it's critical for the implementation of an industrial technology. To optimize all these aspects in terms of resource efficiency, energy efficiency, scale that is associated also with the capacity of feedstock requirement, and then introduce also process simulation and dynamic modeling. The process design will generate the data associated with eco-design and sustainable products regulation. So we need to introduce also the regulations associated with the solvents, with the chemicals that we're using in the process, and how are we going to minimize the effects of these intermediates into the sustainability aspects in the case of the whole plant, and introducing also green chemistry aspects associated with accident prevention, associated with atomic economy, associated with safer chemical design, which is actually with the operation of the plant and the effect to the environment, humans, the ecosystems, and also the economy. So actually, we need to resort into designing, redesigning the production processes in order to generate products where we should not only consider the requirements of the specifications, but also requirements of the end of use phase. How are we going to recycle them? So we need to think not only in terms of applicability, in terms of how it's going to be more efficient, or it will provide more, it will be effective in terms of its use, but it has to be effective in terms of its recycling, which is even more complicated situation than the one we have been used to. So, before presenting an example, we usually do the techno-economic assessment and calculate several indicators. Then we calculate the life cycle assessment and calculate different indicators, the social life cycle assessment. But as I mentioned before, we need to unify the indicators of each different pillar of sustainability in order to compare different processes. So monetization of externalities and converting the different values of indicators, either life cycle or social life cycle indicators, into a unified cost. So in the end, I have three costs: a techno-economic cost, a life cycle assessment cost, and a social life cycle assessment cost. For instance, in a project that was concluded a few years ago, as I mentioned before, in the example of the organic fraction of municipal solid waste, we were using the organic fraction of municipal solid waste to produce either lactic acid or succinic acid from the carbohydrates, and producing biosurfactants from the lipids, the lipid fraction, and the protein fraction. So we could have different combinations of these products, because lactic acid and succinic acid can be actually end products, or we can convert them into hot melt adhesives and polyurethanes as end products. We selected these two products because actually they have a high market price. So they will facilitate the profitability of these plants. So we did process design on the production of either hot melt adhesives and biosurfactants or lactic acid and biosurfactants. And we did also process design of producing succinic acid and biosurfactants or polyurethanes and biosurfactants. So we estimated the minimum production capacity in order to assess the economies of scale that result in a plateau in terms of the production cost of the process. And then taking consideration the minimum production capacity, which is actually around 50,000 tons per year for lactic acid and succinic acid, we produced the cost of manufacture, the minimum selling price, the market price, the discounted payback period, and the minimum feedstock requirement that is required to produce the product. So in this way, we can use these values in order to assess the feedstock availability, for instance. In a specific region, we can compare with the production cost of conventional products, because hot melt adhesives and polyurethanes are produced actually from petroleum. Then we assessed the environmental assessment of different processes using scenarios based on utilization of electricity from the grid or utilization of renewable electricity mix. And you can see here that the electricity, the assessment of global warming potential, depending on the source of electricity used, is vital for the environmental assessment of the whole process, which means that we should always assess the global effect of the processes, the industrial processes that develop, because the electricity source or other associated aspects are important for the evaluation of the sustainability of the process. We also assessed different environmental indicators, like the abiotic depletion fossil, and you can see how with the blue bars are actually the utilization of grid-derived electricity, while the red bars represent renewable electricity, and you can see the major effect also in the abiotic depletion fossil of using renewable electricity. And you can see that in some indicators that the red bar is higher than the blue bar, which means that in certain cases other issues are more important than in the case of global warming potential or abiotic depletion fossil. So in the end, we can compare what happens in the base case scenario, which means actually the landfilling on organic fraction of municipal solid waste, the production of fossil adhesives, and the production of surfactants that are used in detergents, that generate around 25,000 kilograms CO2 equivalents. While in the biorefinery development, we can produce the same hot melt adhesives, biosurfactants, and reduce the organic fraction miscible solid waste that goes to landfilling, and generate 28% less CO2 for this process. Imagine if we add here a process that utilizes the CO2 produced by the industrial production of these processes for converting CO2 into new products, which means that in this case, the CO2 will be used as a feedstock for producing new products, which means that we generate carbon negative technologies. So starting from carbon neutral technologies, then we can move to carbon negative technologies, and this is actually what will solve our problem. So I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I'm happy to answer to any questions.
Thank you, Apostolis, for this comprehensive presentation, which is giving us, I guess, the idea of what are the kind of complexities associated with the assessment of sustainability. I personally like the idea of identifying what is a fair price, what should be the real price when you start taking into consideration in a more serious way environmental externalities as much as social externalities. We're just talking about this outside during the coffee break. I guess we really are paying for most of the things that we are buying in Western countries, in high-income countries, a price which does not reflect at all what is the real price of goods. Anyway, we have let's say 5 minutes for a couple of questions. Yeah, Nicola, can I ask you to use?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just 2 quick questions. So I see the interest of having a kind of integrated on some sort and reducing the number of indicators, but don't you think there is at least 2 problems? First problem that how would you decide when you have, so you reduce everything to a price, but how would you decide when you have one similar price? And how would you arbitrate and take into account the different effects, let's say on biodiversity and so on, of every processes? And it has a link. We know that firms are using this kind of life cycle assessment to defend the production processes they are promoting, and it appears that you can't compare the life cycle assessment. Yes, you can have CO2 emissions, prices, and so on, but since they are using different production systems, how would you compare it? And so my last question would be about how you would see the integration of the question of planetary limits in your evaluation system. Thank you.
As I mentioned in the presentation, this is a complex situation. So at the beginning, we were considering only the cost. Then we introduced environmental aspects, then the social aspects. Now we're introducing the safety issues, the green chemistry metrics. So more and more values are being introduced. More and more metrics are being introduced.
But they are reduced to a price.
Yes. So the life cycle costing is nowadays considered as one of the ways to unify the different indicators when we assessed only the life cycle indicators or the social life cycle indicators. So reliable methodologies has to be developed in order to unify this into a single cost. That's why we're not using something from the literature. We use something that is acceptable at EU level. And has been accepted at EU level and published, that can be used for monetizing the externalities. So if you mentioned about the biodiversity, this is a different issue of sustainability that should be taken into consideration. And all these aspects should be compared for different processes. So we're not comparing just a single value, we compare different aspects, and we need to decide which one is the optimal based on these aspects, which is the environmental aspects, the techno-economic aspect, the social aspects, the biodiversity aspects, and any safety issues or green chemistry metrics. So in the end, the methodology that will be used in order to assess all this has to be case specific, because when we're producing a product, we're using different technologies. So what we, as engineers, we're going to compare different technologies. So we are going to draw a conclusion which a technology is more sustainable than the other. The feedstock selection is not only a matter which is more efficient, it's also a matter which is more available and which is easier to be transported either in a central location where the refinery is constructed, or at different segregated locations where the feedstock is converted and transported into a central location. So it's not a single issue. It has to be case dependent, and the criteria for each case has to be defined in order to assess and define which is the more sustainable scenario. Because we're talking about scenarios nowadays. We're not talking about a way. This is why these tools has to be detailed enough in order, when you introduce the right criteria, in order to be able to select which scenario is more sustainable. And I did not mention about the circularity, which is actually the circularity is another process on its own, because it starts when you dump after the end of the use phase, and you have to select which recycling scenario is more sustainable, which is another issue that combined with biodiversity. Biodiversity is what happened to the ecosystem, but the end of life also affects the ecosystem, and this has to be assessed as well.
Thank you, Apostolis. There is another question from Andreas.
I also would like to congratulate for these improvements, which I think are really remarkable compared to how we can assess sustainability. And to some extent, I'm sharing a little bit the grooming of Nicolas, because maybe the complexity is even larger than you are confronted with. And if you are working too much together with economists, then you are working together with people who are specialists in simplification. And sometimes we tend to oversimplify, and just using money as an indicator is, I think, also one of the examples. So I usually tell my students that if you take the income development, you see that we are nowadays earning 5 times of the income of our grandparents, but we do not have 5 Fiat Cinquecento, for example, which was the car of our grandparents, but we are working in different jobs, we have different industries, and we have different cars. I was just thinking about, maybe you have already tried out to go into this direction. A very recent development in complexity science is visualization. And maybe you find some possibilities to work with multidimensional indicators where you can use all their specific information, but don't lose, for example, threshold effects, minimum effects, which might be critical, as Nicolas was mentioning, the planetary boundaries, for example. This is something which probably we have to respect, and there are irreversibilities that we have to respect.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree with you, first of all. And as an engineer, that I was originally a chemical engineer, then biochemical engineer, and then a food engineer, I think that it's vital for engineers to collaborate with economists And nowadays I realize that it's also vital to collaborate with doctors and nutritionists, because what you exactly say about economics is the same thing about the human health, which is something we know nothing. What is the effect, for instance, of petrochemicals and the plastics we use? How do they end up in the blood, and what effect do they cause to human health? What cancer do they cause? We know nothing about this because research on these aspects was never funded, never. And nowadays we realize that terephthalic acid is inside our blood, and these are recent research articles in the last 2 years. And we thought that the water that the PET that we're using, the plastic water, the water that we buy in plastic bottles is completely safe, but is not safe, because we do not know what is the effect of that to human health. The same is with economy. The data that we produce is actually vital, because economists will assess what happened in global economy or national economy or local economy. But in this respect, this is why I mentioned that there should be a well-defined collaboration between these disciplines. In terms of the methodology that you mentioned, in our case, I do not do systems engineering. So I'm not going into detail into the assessment of the indicator. So I prefer to not lose my experimental background, so maintain the experimentation approach, and utilize the sustainability in order to assess the technologies. So because there are system engineers that are very experts in this field, and they can introduce different methodologies into the assessment of multiple metrics. So I totally agree with you, but originally we selected the life cycle costing approach because actually it simplifies the situation. But other methodologies could be even more efficient than this one.
Thank you. I think it's really helpful if the engineers will apply the ideas that you are developing, that they change their search heuristics and start to think different if new products and processes are developed. So that's really, I think, a big achievement.
Thank you very much again, Apostolis, for this presentation. We can now move on to the next 3 presentations, which will be given by Gulsa, Luana, and George. I ask you to please join me here at the table. We have changed the order of the presentation, if I understand it correctly. So if it is okay with you, Luana, you might start. Yeah. Do you, George? Okay. So George, you can start, and then we have Luana, and then you, or
Me and Luana.
you and Luana. Okay, okay. Complete reshuffling.
Oh. Forget.
So, good morning from my side. Many thanks to Pier Giuseppe for the organization of this event and for the kind invitation. I'm really happy to be here with all of you. With some of you, we are collaborating in some proposals, and hopefully we have a successful proposals. So I'm George Bagnas. Before I start presenting some concepts and evidence related to circular bioeconomy and sustainability assessment, let me spend a few moments to present the organization that I represent, Center for Research and Technology Hellas, which is located in Thessaloniki, northern Greece. And more specifically, I represent the Institute for Bioeconomy and Agritechnology. IBO. It's from since 2013, the fifth, let's say, institute within CERT. Our philosophy lies on a multidisciplinary approach towards the development and the advancements of technologies dedicated to circular economy, to bioproduction systems, and so on. As you may see, IBO comprises of two distinct sectors, the agri-technology sector and the bioeconomy sector, where our laboratory that I'm happy to lead, Environmental Engineering and Sustainability Laboratory, belongs to. Very, very briefly, we address, let's say, the interactions between circular economy and bioeconomy, sustainable agriculture, environmental informatics, environmental assessment, waste management, and environmental pollution. Before I start presenting my core slides, I would like to present some interesting dates about Earth Overshoot Day. In Italy, as you may see, sorry for the problematic slide, in Italy, in 2 days from now, the energy produced from renewable energy systems will be exhausted. Furthermore, for 2024, it is expected that by the end of July, the natural resources available to our planet will be exhausted. What does it mean? Earth Overshoot Day, the day when the consumption of goods and natural resources exceeds the annual biocapacity of our planet. Let's see historically at what was happened. The Earth Overshoot Day is coming sooner and sooner, let's say. If you see 20 years before, at 2000 approximately, the Overshoot Day was at the end of September. But last year, the Overshoot Day was on 2nd of August. The solution to this is a transition to the sustainability. Let's take it a step further and look at the individual inequalities in the drainage of our planet. If the whole world lived like friends, then we would need approximately 2.7 planets. For America, 5 whole planets is needed to, if we adopt the lifestyle of American. And in Greece, in Italy also, 2.5 planets are needed for this lifestyle. So humanity is currently consuming, let's say, the planet's resources 1.75 times faster. The critical, let's say, drivers behind this is the economic expansion, as we will see in the next slides, the increased consumption of energy and materials, and the reduced ecological resiliency. So, undoubtedly, the transition towards a more sustainable production and consumption pattern is a pressing need in order to alleviate the severe environmental problems that the world is facing. If we take a closer look to the current situation on the production and consumption patterns, we can say that there is a tendency of a growing number of countries achieving higher living standards. However, these standards, these high living standards, are associated with unsustainable environmental pressures. This diagram, let's say, correlates the ecological footprint with Human Development Index, which is an indicator which is associated with education, life expectancy at birth, and wealth. The dots on the diagram represent, let's say, the blue dots represent the scoring of the countries, the European countries, where corresponding to the, if you can see, it's way above the biocapacity of the planet. So what we should for sure do is, let's say, to minimize our ecological footprint, but retaining at high standards the Human Development Index. And the solution to this is the transition to sustainability. So both both societal and economically, as Professor Koutinas told, and environmentally. In order to mitigate, let's say, this phenomenon, the EU has set various policies, namely the three main policies that are included in the Green Deal is the Renewable Energy Directive, the Waste Framework Directive, and the Common Agricultural Policy, which are critical, let's say, directives towards the main target for EU to be climate neutral by 2050. The main figures behind these directives to increase up to 42.5% the energy consumption with renewables, the recycle of municipal waste up to 65% until 2035, and let's say to preserve soil health. I will not spend much time to this. Please keep in mind that we have to reduce the nutrition losses by at least 50% in order to preserve soil fertility. Well, the basic tools that I have wrapped up here in order to facilitate the transition towards the sustainability. The first one is environmental impact assessment, life cycle analysis. As has already been mentioned, LCA is a methodology that identifies and assesses potential environmental impacts during all the span of the stage of a product's life. The quality of LCA can be contingent on the quality of the data acquired, the hotspot analysis, and for sure the comparative analysis, depending the scenarios that we are going to utilize. We have to say that the identification, the outcome of the LCA is the quantification of the midpoint effects and the endpoints, the damage on the area of the protection, mainly human health, resource, and ecosystem quality. Very, very briefly also, certification seems that they are used as a recognition to the compliance, let's say, with specific requirements for sustainability criteria. The contribution of certification seems to sustainability is to promote a more sustainable operation model. Keep in mind that we have to provide a very alternative, different framework for continuous improvement, provide a way to verify compliance with certain sustainable standards or criteria, and all of this to build credibility, trust with customers, investors, and stakeholders, transparency. Another tool is the traceability. The integration of traceability to sustainability assessment, we can say that is a key tool in order to facilitate this transition. The traceability systems in general are record-keeping systems in order to track, for example, history, distribution, location, application of products, and so on. And in innovative aspects of this is the extension to information beyond the supply chain, and this secures, let's say, visibility and transparency. The final goal, informed decision making, in order, let's say, to mitigate the phenomenon of greenwashing. Last but not least, digitalization and environmental informatics. Let's say the term of twin transition and digital transition, let's say, can also act as a facilitator toward this transition. There's a wide list of technologies that can be used for the benefit of sustainability. For example, blockchain, AI, mobile technology, Internet of Things, and so on. 4 key areas that can be substantially improved with the introduction of digital technologies is the pollution control, the waste management, sustainable production, and urban sustainability. All of these can be, let's say, interconnected under the the principle of digital product passport. I trust that later on Luana will also have some slides on this over this. No? Excellent. That's good for me. So very, very recently we envisaged to combine all these under the framework of a digital product passport for bio-based products and industries. On our left hand, on our left side of this diagram, you may see all the information that will be provided after the implementation of this digital product passport. And on the right side of this diagram, the end target groups and the solutions. I will not spend more time on this. I'm just providing you a notion over the concepts that are playing a critical role in sustainability sector the forthcoming years. During the last years, our research group aspired to interconnect these tools under the framework of specific research projects, and many of these ideas are ready to be commercialized, let's say. Let's start with the BIORECER project. I will not spend time on this because I think that also Gülsa, you also a couple of words. Okay. In this research project, we utilize certification schemes, environmental impact assessment, and LCA thinking. BIORECER, let's say, aims to update the certification schemes for biological resources. Within this project, we are also developing a platform, kind of marketplace for biological resources. And we develop a new circularity and sustainability traceability criteria indicators in order to assess the supply chain of these biological resources. This is a national project, Circular Pig Feed, SIGP Feed, which combines traceability, LCA, and digitalization, environmental informatics, let's say. The basic scope of this project was the valorization of food waste streams. We utilized bakery meal. With the term bakery meal, we are referring to BFF bakery former staffs. I will do it. You will see in the next slide. The main scope was to produce an alternative feedstock for pigs. So we investigate that the pig farmers facing a huge problem related to the cost of the feed and the reluctancy of let's say, and the dependency, sorry, of the pig farmers from specific companies to provide with feed. So at this point, we envisage to utilize food waste for this reason. Step one, map the source of collection of available food byproducts to be used. Estimation of food waste potential in the context of supply chain. Mainly, if you can see, this is the map of Greece. Our case study was in Chalkidiki, in northern Greece, but also we, due to the lack of adequate amount of bakery products, we also included Athens in our case study. This is a platform that. Yeah. I will move on very, very quickly. If you can see, EU in general produces approximately 3.5 million tons of bakery former foodstuffs. After applying LCA in these three scenarios, conventional feed, bakery former foodstuffs, and local BFF collection and BFF production, we saw that approximately 20% of the whole environmental impacts have been decreased. And in terms of cost, I didn't include it in this slide. Approximately 30% decrease of the cost of the pig farmer. Okay. Last but not least, the very last project is Blue Biochain. It's we managed to develop and apply a holistic biorefinery platform where our project provided an intelligent wastewater valorization system for the production of 3 products: cosmeceutical, food additives, fish and fed. Also, we had a marketplace there in order to see where the ingredients of these products are located. The main barrier is the skepticism towards novel products and unconventional ingredients. So we saw that a reluctance of many of citizens to, let's say, to pay, willingness to pay for these products. And I think I will close here with the quote of Joe Kesser, the CEO of Siemens. Sustainability, let's say, is the responsibility of every individual every day. And it's about changing our behavior and mindset. So we have to reconsider our living in ecosystem, not and to disregard the ecosystem. We are not in the we are belonging in various other species. So we have to act as sustainability ninjas, not to leave no footprints. Thanks a lot, guys.
So we now move to the presentation of Gülsa.
Can I share? I need to share my screen, or is it automatic that I didn't? That's all right. So this is Gülşah Hilan. Thanks for the introduction, and I also welcome you to the premises of UnitelmaSapienza. I am a part of this SUSTRACK project, working as the manager of the project, in fact. So this is the project that we are working as the coordinators. So you can imagine it's a bit challenging job to be a researcher and the coordinator at the same time, but I put bits and pieces of this project from different work packages in order to be able to just give you an overall idea of this project. So I also see many young faces, hope to be a bit inspiring as well at the same time. So it reads as SUSTRACK, supporting the identification of policy priorities and recommendations for designing a sustainable track towards circular bio-based systems. But before we go into detail about the project description, just let's a quick setting the frame presentation. A slide, why is the transition needed? And I feel lucky to build upon the presentation of Professor Koutinas and also George, which set the frame perfectly for me. So upon this, the question of these limited reserves, also in terms of critical raw materials, which is a response to the overconsumption, overproduction with the aggressive population growth. Now we are facing some challenges, let's say environmental challenges practically, but not only, in order to see the consequences of our actions on different spheres when we are considering all these sustainability problems. So now with the consequences getting more visual in terms of all these extreme weather occasions or even some sort of diseases, we are growing an awareness in terms of being more careful about our actions and our responsibilities towards the earth, to support the earth. So we are now thinking about new ways of doing the things that we used to do, which brings us to the topic of renewable alternatives, exploiting the circular bio-based raw materials at their best in order to be able to replace the conventional fossil-based linear economic model. And of course, this is not only just an environmental problem, but also a supply security issue, which we also faced, for example, during the lockdowns of COVID or with the ongoing wars, so that it is not only a matter of environmental, but also social at national or the global level. So which also brings us to the need to propose some better policy actions, which also we have been listening to from different perspectives. And with this project, we are aiming to provide all these aspects at the same time. So now I go into the SUSTRACK presentation. So this is a coordination and support action. I will just briefly describe it. And it is going to run for 3 years. Now we are at the midterm period of the project. And the overall objective of our project is to put the impacts related to the linear economic model, but not only the linear one, of course, but also the circular bio-based economic model in order to be able to plot the impacts and to be able to compare if this transition is happening in the right direction. So, of course, when we talk about circular bio-based economy, it is not sustainable by definition. We still need all these evaluation tools that we have been listening to, and we also need to make the best use of all these evaluation tools in order to be able to provide some solutions. This is where we are putting our effort in SUSTRACK project to develop not only a monitoring framework, which will be the core of my presentation today, but also to drive some policy actions, policy recommendations. So this is, let's say, a double objective that we are pursuing. And also, I would like to invite you to check our website, social media profiles. I think you would find some interesting materials also there. And for the ones who are interested, we would like to also include you as stakeholders, change makers, let's say. And the overall objective is firstly provide knowledge and tools like life cycle assessment can be a part of it, social life cycle assessment can be a part of it, but not limited to only these materials or methods, but a more comprehensive monitoring and assessment framework in order to be able to understand what would be the environmental, social, and economic impacts of ongoing linear model and what would have happened if we managed to transition to the circular bio-based economy model. And of course, depending on this, we have to drive some policy actions, policy priorities to promote this transition, not only at the local level, but more on the regional and hopefully for the European and global level as well. Of course, we start with identification and assessment of the ongoing limits of the linear economy with a comprehensive desk research. I will also briefly mention about the results. And then now we are in the process of developing this framework to monitor the transition. We are considering different case studies so that it will be sector-specific assessment if needed. And we are going to run some scenario simulations in order to be able to project these case study options into a bigger scope. And of course, the final overall final aim will be trying to make it adopted, implemented by the policymakers and in order to make it more concrete in the right direction. So when we are considering the case studies, we've selected 4 sectors as of our interest, which are requiring this transition in the most urgent manner. So it is construction sector, which can be like from concrete to timber-based system can be a good example for this. The textile sector, of course, this is also a very hot topic now with the especially end of life stage. So it can be also a good example to switch to the bio-based fibers. We are also considering chemicals and the plastics sector, again, very popular subjects. We are also considering energy sector, not necessarily as a case study, but of course it is a part of all these different sectors, like an overarching aim, so that it's under our scope as well.
So we are also trying to develop a definition of circular bio-based economy, which doesn't have an agreed upon definition yet. And in the literature, the last time it was like 200 definitions, if I'm not wrong, which is a published paper, a review paper saying that now there is 200 definitions which want to adopt. So we started with this discussion. So what does it mean for us? And this is an ongoing definition. So if you have bits and pieces to contribute, you are more than welcome. So we try to visualize it in different multi-layers, let's say. And we are, of course, using sustainable development goals as an overarching aim so that we are going to try to contribute to the development of this or create the satisfaction of this criteria. And we have some specific objectives defined like climate protection, obviously sustainable resource management, food security, which we also heard from Professor Kotinas as well, and supply security again as a social matter, and also creating competitive jobs like green jobs or sustainable jobs and increase the competitiveness of this circular bio-based economy against the traditional linear economic model. And we are building our study on 3 principles: using resources efficiently, which means using less resources in a better way so that we are also decreasing our pressure on the environment, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, of course, it's also a part of it, and decoupling the economic growth with the environmental impacts. So these are working hand in hand. But of course, in order to meet these objectives and principles, we need concrete means and instruments. So when we are talking about means, we are making reference to, for example, maybe it's familiar to most of you, like 9R principles, rethinking the economic model. If we cannot change the model, at least we can try to cascade the use of all these materials with recycle or reuse, repair, and so on. And use different resources in this case, the switch from the fossil-based materials, raw materials, to the more circular bio-based ones. And of course, we can use some instruments like quotas, permits, and labels and taxes, which we will be hearing very soon. And we started with a comprehensive literature review in order to understand what is the background of this problem. So we held a literature review, which ended up something like 200 papers and reports, basically from the gray literature, so that we try to understand what's happening in the practice side. And then we organized a co-creation workshop with some stakeholders, maybe even here, they contributed to this workshop. And then we asked the question if we are missing any relevant barriers. And after the compilation of all these barriers, we also conducted one-to-one interviews, thanks to Bam and Luan and Mariam, in order to further go into detail if the identified barriers were relevant and which part of the value chain they were belonging to. And we sent a survey in order to identify what would be the most relevant barrier for each sector, so that we ended up with a number of 31 barriers in order to be further prioritized. So this was the main effort that we have put in the first part of the project. And here I should just give you a very quick result of this literature review. So we saw that mostly we saw the governance barriers, which means that we have to put some policy actions into practice in order to overcome this transition. So it's also led by economic and structural barriers, which are hindering this transition. Of course, the cultural barriers strictly related to consumer behavior and environmental concerns, and finally, technical ones. And here, the technical ones, I think, are a bit interesting, because almost all the interviewers agreed to say that the technology is there, but the implementation and uptake of the technology is the real question. So this is also something that we have to nudge in the right direction. After the identification of all the list of barriers, then we used some multi-criteria decision analysis methods in order to get the answer, what would be the most important barrier from each cluster, depending on the expert knowledge. So we came up with some, let's say, just 6 examples here I'm presenting. weak cost competitiveness. So the bio-based materials usually have a weak hand against fossil-based ingredients and materials and products. And from the environmental point of view, which can be also very relevant for this session, especially lack of harmonized methods for environmental, climate, and sustainability impact assessment. So how do we put all these things together? And from the cultural part, consumer confusion and lack of trust due to the variability of these certification schemes and labels. Here, I also want to put an emphasis on the other two projects that we are working together with. Even Luana is contributing and Narita is contributing, like BIORECER and Star for BBS. So even this barrier alone is a matter for another project. So all these barriers are quite comprehensive. And again, from the governance side, it is competing political interests with fossil-based industries. You can consider like big lobbies against the circular bio-based economic model. And of course, from the structural side, we see a lack of value chain stakeholder collaboration so that different parts of the value chain should come together in order to make a change. And from the technical part, the main emphasis was always put in the end of life stage, so that we are lacking the infrastructure in order to handle the waste that we have that holds a great potential to be revalorized. So this was the results from the analytical hierarchy process for the ones who are familiar with it. But I also need to mention the challenge to put a barrier just under one cluster, because when we say just weak cost competitiveness or competing political interests, they are going beyond clusters. So this is why we also conducted the analytical network process. Come on, okay. Analytical network process, so that we are trying to understand what will be the most important barrier from different points of view. So here I can also say like the competing political interests and social and technical lock-ins are hindering this process to happen. So just a couple of words on the monitoring framework, which is still in progress. So the overall objective is providing the technical assistance, the policymakers and stakeholders. So we are trying to create something like a platform and then something that is going to work as a dashboard, identifying suitable indicators, collecting data and methods, and visualization. Here there's a format matter, and support understanding of these actions of the companies or who is interested in measuring their impacts on these matters. So we are collecting data from different levels, like country level, regional level, or product level. We are trying to operationalize this monitoring framework using societal objectives that were already defined, but also we are providing our contribution with new indicators that we identify from the literature. So we are trying to propose some indicators for different sectors that they think would be relevant for analyzing their activities. And here we have the framework development, a bit more detailed than maybe you would be interested, but it is just to show you that we are dealing with some food and nutrition security, sustainable natural resource management, dependence on non-renewable resources, climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as employment and economic competitiveness, which are the principles that we based our definition on. Apart from the ones that were already existing in the literature, now we are adding also some subtopics and indicators to make our contribution to this framework. And in the end, we are hoping to create something like this dashboard that is proposed by Knowledge Center for Bioeconomy, so that we will be contributing as SUSTRACK partners in order to develop sector-based list of indicators in the first place, and how they can evaluate these indicators in their economic activities, so that we can propose the ongoing actions are steering this transition in the right direction. So that will be all from my side. Thank you for your attention again, and thank you for being here.
Juana's presentation of Star for BBS, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, so good morning. Thank you to Giuseppe for inviting me today. I'm very sorry it's lunchtime, but I will try to be quick. So my name is Luana Ladu. I work for the Federal Institute of Material Research and Testing, BAM, and also for Technical University of Berlin. And I'm coordinating the SAFO-EBS project. So many things have been said already, so being in this group of presentation, but it's very important to see that, as we said, we need tools and metrics to assess sustainability, to assess the transition to sustainable bio-based economy, because it's not granted. So we need to make sure that we implement the sustainability principles. However, there are many challenges to this. One of them is also how to define sustainability targets. And this one is somehow linked to the policies. So the policies can help us. Policy priorities can maybe set up for us a path or maybe a framework. For example, for the bio-based economy, we have, for example, the sustainable carbon cycle regulation that said that we need to increase 20% the carbon in chemical by 2030. But there's also other priorities, for example, the use of reduction of fossil-based fertilizer by 2050, or also achievement, of course, the climate neutrality. So those are all priorities that are somehow creating a direction to sustainability. However, in addition to policies, we also have an important key role, as already mentioned today by both our previous speakers. It's very important to have assessment tools, sustainability standards, schemes, and labels that are key drivers to the transition. And also this importance is recognized by different scholars already, and also by policymakers. For example, the standardization policy of the EU recognizes this. Also the communication on biotechnology and biomanufacturing that was released in March, for example, but also the ESPR and other regulations recognize this role. And however, there are also some challenges. For example, there is a lack of harmonization and transparency, harmonization of, for example, of indicators, as was mentioned today already. And for example, also talking about LCA's indicators, they adopt different methodologies and so on. And just to give you an example, only analyzing those 14 schemes and labels, we have more than 5,000 indicators. So the problem is also how to harmonize this. And only 4% are LCA's indicators out of those 5,000 and more indicators. And the European Union also recognized already that 53% of the claims are misleading, unfortunately. 40% are not supported by evidence, and the consumers are lost somehow. So there is like a greenwashing effect. And this is what is the purpose of the Green Claim Directive proposal now, to really find a solution to this. And the EU is also financing different projects in this regard. One of them is the SAFO-EBS project that I'm coordinating. Is a project that was financed under the Cluster 6 Zero Pollution Call. We started in September 22, and now we are in the middle of the project. So it ends in August 31st, 2025. We have 11 partners, including TU Berlin is leading, but we have also BAM, we have UNITELMA, we have AWA, so the group of apostoles. We have many other partners, including also certification schemes and labels like RSP and Better Biomass. And we have also UNI as a certification institute, APRE and NOVA, and ISEAL as an umbrella organization working on standards. And the main goal of our project is basically to maximize the potential of schemes and label, sustainability schemes and label applicable to bio-based systems, and by assessing their robustness and effectiveness and credibility. Because, as I said before, many schemes and labels, some of the schemes or labels are not, unfortunately, robust enough. So we have this greenwashing effect. And in this regard, our project is working with trying to, in 8 specific objectives. Briefly, I will go to them. One of them is the analysis of schemes, existing schemes and labels, to learn what can we take from them. This is led by UNITELMA, so Professor Imbe, that is not here today, unfortunately, Dr. Incino here. They did the analysis on what can we take from existing schemes, what can we learn from that. Then we have the analysis of flows and flows of biomass, bio-based product and material coming to the EU and leaving the EU. And the idea is to understand what is the impact of certification in the flows. And also we are developing a monitoring system to assess robustness and effectiveness of schemes and labels. So we have 3 objectives working on this: identifying indicators, developing the tool, and also application of the tool in existing label and schemes. Then the group of AWA, is conducting an analysis of cost and benefits. So looking what is the cost, life cycle costing, also selected test cases, and looking also what is the cost of certification, basically, because of course we need to externalize the environmental externalization and so on. And also, we are a coordination support action, and we are doing a lot of stakeholder engagement activities, co-creation workshops. So also in our case, please join our community if you want to know more about the project. Also contribute actively with your expertise. And it's very important to say that our project is clustered with two other projects. We created a cluster called BioECER, together with our monitor and SUSTRACK for BioBase, because with SAPO-EBS, the three of us, we were financed under the same call for proposal. And we are doing many similar things, if not the same. So we decided to join efforts, especially in establishing this monitoring system. We decided to have one monitoring system instead of three monitoring systems. And the purpose of this monitoring system is to increase the understanding of effectiveness and robustness of schemes, also to provide the EU, but also scheme owners with a framework to evaluate their own principle and see, okay, what are my gaps? And also for the EU to see which one are good schemes that we can promote. And also to facilitate harmonization. As we said today, we need to harmonize the different criteria along the value chain as well. And the audience of the monitoring system includes the European Commission in premise, so policymakers, because the idea they can use the PMS as to increase transparency regarding the performance of existing skills. And they can also use it maybe as a co-regulation instrument, maybe the same way as they did for the RED somehow. And but also certification owners can use this scheme to see where the gaps are. So where are the weaknesses of the schemes themselves? And the scheme, so we're working on bio-based, industrial bio-based products. So we exclude food and feed and energy. And we are considering the entire value chain, and especially schemes and labels located in the EU. However, also looking at biomass coming from outside the EU, we also look at the effect of other schemes and labels. And so one of the first things we did, we tried to conceptualize this monitoring system, also looking at the sustainability benchmark good practice of ISEAL. And the monitoring system includes three main functions. One of them is to look at the system level of the scheme. So what is the governance structure of the schemes? How can they build trust? How is the auditing organized, for example? The second structure looks at sustainability areas of concern. So we talked today about which areas of sustainability should be prioritized, for example. So which areas should be considered? Of course, ensuring comprehensiveness, also applicability on the other hand. But also there is another function to look at continuous improvement, progress over time. So function 3 is about the outcome level. And this one is a structure of the monitoring system where we have like a database level on top that includes these 3 levels of indicators, and each project is coordinating one of the levels, taking inputs from the 3 projects. So we are coordinating the system level, content level is coordinated by SUSTRACK, but many partners like ours is contributing a lot to that, and then the outcome level from our monitor. And also we are designing also the interpretation part of the schemes, like how do we want to present the results? Are we going to provide visualization, maybe spider diagram also on to provide the result, to communicate according to the audience. Policymakers, they need different communication than maybe other stakeholders in the value chain. And just briefly on the methodology, we, of course, looked at what has been done already in other monitoring tools. For example, the Circolare is a German monitoring tool, but also looking at these schemes and label, which indicator they include already. Then we did also a comparison with the ITC standard map, because there is a very important benchmarking tool, incorporating the ISEAL credibility principles, and then we look also at policies recommendations. So what are the priorities that the policy are trying to achieve? We include the different stakeholder inputs and also validation of with other with different elements with other stakeholders. For the system level, we currently have 4 categories, and including 17 principles, criteria, and indicators. So we organize the monitoring system with a structure. So categories, principles, criteria, and indicators. And we have now 64 for the system level, one of the level of the database. And those are working, for example, on governance and scheme management. For example, how is the governance structure organized of the scheme? Also, do they conduct monitoring evaluation, for example? How is the standard underlying the monitoring, the schemes organized? Do they have like a standard setting process? Do they have consultation with experts, for example, from outside? assurance. Do they have auditing systems? Do they have assurance systems? So we are looking at conformity assessment. How is this organized and implemented in the scheme? Also, traceability and claims is a very important aspect. Looking at this content level, so the sustainability criteria, we have 5 categories, so environmental, social, economic, and circularity, and 21 principles, 206 criteria, and 395 indicators at the moment. So it's a very comprehensive tool. And now we finalized the first draft of the tool end of January, and now we are implementing the pilot testing with 3 schemes and labels, so we can see if it is applicable and what can we increase based on the first interaction with these schemes, how we can iterate and improve our scheme. These are the areas of concern for sustainability aspects. So as I said, we have environment, different principles, for example, air quality or soil management, for example, circularity, circular transition, circular inflows, and then for the social part, for example, we have the well-being of consumers or improve working conditions, and in the economic part, for example, risk management or fair business practices. Briefly, for the outcome level, the idea is how can we make sure that we can measure progress over time? So in order that the schemes through the monitoring system can improve over time. And of course, this is a very hard task because we cannot do it for all the principles and indicators included in the tool, but we need to focus on specific content, for example, greenhouse gas emissions, for example. And a lot can be taken from literature review. And just the last slide. No, it's not the last one. Okay, so we have basically the evaluation structure of the tool. So the idea is that at the end, we will provide a spider diagram for each of the level data set. For example, for the system level, RSB, as an example, will look, okay, after conducting the assessment, I'm doing very well in I don't know, in oversight mechanisms. However, I'm lacking a lot in maybe monitoring and evaluation, for example. So the idea is to continuously improve what their effectiveness. And now, as I said, we are currently conducting the testing phase with RSP, FSC, the Nordic zone, and the second phase we start at the summer. So as a final remarks, so as we've seen, we need to translate, there is a transition needed, we need to do the transition to sustainable bio-based economy and circular bio-based economy. However, we need to reduce uncertainty about the robustness of these schemes and labels because they are needed to facilitate the transition. Comparability and transparency is very much needed. So in order to reduce also confusion with the consumers and also business to business levels. And this will make it possible also maybe to use effective schemes and labels linked to regulation with co-regulation instruments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luana, for this presentation. One of the key points that arise during your presentation is, I mean, one among the several points that you've been discussing, but one of the key points from my perspective is related to the relevance of developing these schemes in order to minimize the risk of greenwashing. So the transparency that you were mentioning in your last slide is really central here in this debate, because consumers, we've been talking about consumers' behavior during the first part of this workshop, and of course having a reliable and sound schemes for assessing sustainability is the first step towards all policies that are related to switching consumers' behavior, facilitating change in consumers' behavior. Because if we don't provide reliable information, if we don't provide scientifically sound, robust information to consumers, then we really incur in big greenwashing and then the associated problems. I'm willing to take maybe 1 or 2 questions before we go to lunch. Yes, Nicholas, and is there any other? Okay, so Nicholas, please.
Thank you very much for your fascinating presentation, Luana. I was wondering, it's a really question out of curiosity. Are you going to also study why there is so many different labels? And I was specifically thinking of adopting a strategic perspective, maybe from strategic management or global value chains, to see how they cope to the different kind of types of firms or kind of innovation strategies or these kind of things?
Yes. I mean, we studied a little bit also with Unitelma, the number of schemes. We identified more than 100 for bio-based systems. And one of the reasons is that because they are voluntary schemes. So the schemes are private schemes, and many of them is also business-oriented schemes. And of course, there is a need to prove sustainability for biofuel, for example. There was like a need from the regulation, for example, as well. So we have those schemes, but the other schemes also developed because of market requests, basically. And of course, there is more the need to have this harmonization along the global value chain as well, because as we know, for bio-based products in Europe, many of the biomass doesn't come from Europe, for example. And the question is, there is a need to harmonize them, also to make sure that the information that is provided, like produced at the biomass stage level, will come to the end consumers. And this also goes together with the DPP that was presented by you today. This is one of the key objectives of traceability and really increasing the transparency for this.
Is there any other question? I see a lady there that is clapping because she wants to go to, to lunch. Okay. So thank you very much. Okay, so I guess we are ready to restart this afternoon session. Following the program, we now have a session dedicated to markets, regulation, and the sustainability transition, which will be opened by a keynote talk by Professor Andreas Pica from Hohenheim University in Germany. So I leave the floor to Andreas for his presentation.
First of all, I need to press the button. And I want to thank Pier Giuseppe for this wonderful invitation. And I'm absolutely aware that this slot after lunch is very difficult. We had a very exciting morning, so a lot of food for thought. And now everyone wants to sleep under the shadow of a tree. But I hope that I can keep you awake. And I was following in the preparation of this presentation very much the idea of the description of this workshop, and therefore it's also entitled, like the session is entitled Markets, Regulation, and the Transition. And the starting points that I would like to use here is that we had heard about this in the program, that consumers need to change their behaviors and embrace more sustainable patterns of consumption. And this will finally appear in my presentation in the form of what I call virtuous circles to trigger transition. So there's a very prominent role to be played by the consumers. Then we have mentioned in the program as item 2, new markets and regulations need to be developed to provide a level playing field to sustainable products. This will be envisaged again in the section on innovation competition. Maybe economists are focusing much too much on price competition, and there's something else which is really shaping the transformation towards higher degrees of sustainability. And then we have the third point, which was the last session before lunch, about tools and metrics need to be developed to measure and assess sustainability. And I think this is also one of the, for me, still also open questions. How can we address this transformation? What kind of things we have to highlight, where we have to look at? And I'm talking in this section about learning and the internalization of search heuristics. Okay, so our current view is, in my eyes, very much determined by, I'm a little bit provocative, by an unholy alliance between traditional engineering and neoclassical economic perspectives. When we talk about the transition towards the bioeconomy, usually we talk about efficiency considerations, and they are very dominant. So, for example, engineers always want to scale up technologies. This is the holy grail of engineering. If you scale up a technology, you can reduce the unit cost and you get easier into the markets. The same is true for our neoclassical paradigm, the mainstream in economics. They have a very strong orientation towards economic growth. And this is always behind all kinds of suggestions that we make. So we talk about how can we increase the income, how can we increase employment, and so on. And markets following the logic of price competition are then sufficient for a sustainable reallocation. So sustainability actually plays a role, but it does not appear explicitly in any of these views. It is just something that we might consider, and it's nice to be considered, but it's not something which is implemented. Those of you who have studied economics all know this figure, and this is a very easy representation of technology and also of my first critical point why I think the substitution perspective is not enough. So what you see here is an isoquant. You see a technology, this isoquant, and we choose an optimal technology by finding the tangential point between the relative prices, between the two inputs, and this representation of technology. The inputs that we use here in this example are either oil-based inputs or bio-based inputs. So we all agree that we would like to increase the share of bio-based inputs. There are two ways to do this. We can introduce process innovation. So we make the bio ingredients cheaper, so they are used more frequently in the production. But we do not introduce any product innovation. It's only working with process innovation. So the output is the same than before. The other possibility is that we ask the government for support. They should subsidize these bioeconomic inputs. And we know what is happening if we have process innovation or subsidies. The relative price line is changing. This is the green line here in the graph. And we step by step increase the bio-based inputs. And we ended up in a bio-based economy in this particular illustration. But actually, nothing is changing in this economic setting. So if you look at the whole substitution approach, it's just that we are producing more of the same. This makes economic growth possible. Think about the example that we just use bioplastics instead of conventional plastics. Then unchanged production becomes possible with fewer greenhouse gas emissions and fewer oil-based raw materials. But nothing is really changing in this economic setting. And I found this wonderful picture in a journal of engineers, of car engineers. And they were also talking about the bioeconomy. And here you see their suggestions of what parts of the car should be replaced by bio-based inputs. But what you see on the slide is a car. So it's nothing changing in the mobility system. This is probably not enough when we talk about a sustainability transformation. So I have serious doubts. I think this is technologically a quite naive idea. Actually, I also have, from an agricultural point of view, some excuse me, problems, because I think we know that the biomass availability is not sufficient. We will go into new conflicts and shortages. We know that all kinds of substitutions are basically leading to price reductions of oil-based products, so they become more attractive. We have the rebound effects. And basically, it's also the kernel of a very strange discussion that we have. There's a growing group called degrowth approaches or zero growth approaches. And basically, that follows the strict neoclassic economic argumentation that we can not solve the problem. The only way to solve the problem we are confronted with by reducing economic growth. So growth is correlated with greenhouse gas emissions. If we want less greenhouse gas emissions, we have to reduce growth. And if you look what is responsible for economic growth, this is one of the few points economists usually agree upon. It's innovation. Innovation is responsible for economic growth. So the degrowth approaches also say, maybe we should also get rid of innovation. So I think this is not the right approach, and we should consider innovation definitely as a part of the problem, but also as part of the solution. So there is in the literature an alternative for this, and it was highlighted already at the beginning of the 20th century by Schumpeter, that if you master innovation competition, you don't have to care about price competition. He's very nicely describing this. This kind of competition, innovation competition, is as much more effective than the other, as a bombardment is in comparison with forcing a door, and so much more important that it becomes a matter of comparative indifference, where the competition in the ordinary sense functions more or less promptly. So basically, in Schumpeter's eyes, you should not care too much about price competition. It is innovation which matters and which changes. And the interesting thing is that this was considered or reconsidered in a period when neoclassical economics was also not performing very well in the 1980s. And this is, there was the shift from demand-side oriented economics towards supply-side oriented economics. And economists started to think about what is behind the supply side. And obviously, innovation and technology matters a lot. And there was what we call the Schumpeterian Renaissance today, a new group forming, which we today know as evolutionary economists. And they were introducing this idea of innovation and immediately thought, okay, innovation is related to uncertainty. If a situation is uncertain, we don't know the outcomes, so we cannot optimize anymore. So this was really the break in the development of new approaches in economics, no longer optimization, but what is the alternative? It's learning. It's how to develop new competences, how to acquire new knowledge, and how these things are developing in the long term. So it's no longer a short run discussion that we are confronted with in economics, but it's a long-term discussion. We talk about experimental behavior, trying out new things. They potentially fail in many cases. They are not successful, but this is not the end of the story. This is part of the learning process, how new competences are developed. And it also leads to a very important development in my eyes. We moved away from a sheer quantitative orientation, more income, more jobs, to a qualitative interpretation of these figures. What kind of sectors are there? What kind of jobs are emerging? What is what are these qualitative changes about? And from a very theoretical point of view, the very simple systems of economics that we know, the equilibrium-oriented standard economic optimization approaches, they are simple systems. They moved into a new sphere of complex systems. Because, of course, when you start to think about innovation, you have to get rid of concepts like the representative agent. Because at least if you have an innovating agent, you need also someone who is a non-innovating agent. So the heterogeneity in the system is increasing, and then you can no longer easily apply the old tools. It happened that one example is from my own research together with Paolo Saviotti, that we have developed a new growth theory, which is no longer, say, the shift in a macroeconomic production function, but we consider this as a sequence of different industry life cycles. So there's one industry after the other emerging, and this is not something that we have told our model, which is a numerical simulation model, but it's something which is endogenously emerging by the dynamics which we observe in the different industries, from the exploration of new technologies, from the exploitation of these technologies, from competition effects, market entries, entrepreneurial decisions, exits, and so on. And this, of course, can then be translated into other spheres of the economic system. For example, on the right graph, you see the employment figures. The employment within each single sector is changing. It follows very much the idea of an industry life cycle, but the whole system, because it is generating new sectors, is resilient. This is one of the features of the complex systems. It creates new jobs in the new industries, which are usually better paid. So the development goes on, and we can generate, which is almost impossible in standard neoclassical models, permanent growth. So we don't need to integrate an external push or an external technology shock. Knowledge is not falling like manna from heaven, but it is developed within the system. And this is the point where I think I can refer to the regulation in topic in this session in the afternoon, because, for example, we observe now that the European Commission is following what I would label top-down approach. Some others call it a mission orientation. It's the Green Deal. So the new industries which should emerge in Europe are green. And this is basically, I think, a very good idea. And obviously, it can be shaped by policy, by, for example, the framework programs. What kind of new knowledge transfer and knowledge developments are supported by policy. And you can see, and I've done this just coloring the industries by hand, then sooner or later, green industries are emerging, then we have green jobs, and finally, we can also generate green growth. So it's already a big advantage compared to the traditional systems, but I think it's not enough, and we are still confronted with the same problems, because we are applying here the innovation on systemic approach, the idea of innovation systems. We introduce resilience to change and to qualitative developments, but we have to consider also the other side of the resilience coin, and this is the fact that the undesirable system patterns of these development aspects do not disappear, they do not vanish. We still produce economic inequalities, we still produce environmental degradation, and they are lingering in the system, and they're extremely hard to be overcome. So it remains also in the Schumpeterian perspective unclear how sustainability consideration can create space. And we need to widen this, and we have to accept that for a sustainable economic organization, basically also the supply side innovation competition falls short. So let's have a closer look at the idea of innovation systems. I guess that most of you are familiar with this concept or have heard about this. There's a very nice definition from, it's quite old already, from Gregerson and Johnson from 1907. They describe innovation systems as they are usually described, and they say the knowledge then is transformed into something valuable, and they give an example: international competitiveness and economic growth. These are the targets. No word sustainability or green innovation or something. It's just economic growth and international competitiveness. So we have to question whether we should reinterpret this something valuable, and we should think that we, or I think we all agree that we should nowadays add the sustainability target into this goals of innovation systems. So we see here really the limits of innovation systems, which were developed in a period when Europe was confronted with severe unemployment. So it was after the fall of the Iron Wall. It was a period where Asian economies were developing very strongly. Many jobs got lost. Germany was considered to be the sick man in Europe, and it was all placed on the bed of innovation, that we can create new industries, we create a new knowledge where we can also generate new income. And it was quite a successful strategy if you look at the last developments of the last 30 years. However, the systemic boundaries were still not very broad. They were very tight. They were focusing only on the economic systems, but they do not attach the economic system to the broader environmental systems which we are exploiting. And at one of the presentation this morning, we have seen how these greenhouse gas emissions, for example, were skyrocketing in the 1990s and in the 2010s. So there was a change going on following this success of the innovation systems approach. So what we are see are these limits, and we have to integrate sustainability into the targets. We have to accept that innovation is not the panacea for everything. We have to consider the whole idea more broader, but we are still confronted with the directionality dilemma. Innovations are still uncertain. What kind of technologies shall we support? How do we overcome the idea or the effect of uncertainty? How can we guide the developments towards higher degrees of sustainability? And I think here we can find new hints in developments in modern complexity science, because I already introduced economic systems, the modern economic systems, as complex systems, but complex systems have another feature. They are not only more resilient than simple systems, but they also are usually characterized by so-called tipping points. These are points, when you surpass them, they completely change the organization in an irreversible way. And you cannot go back. It's irreversible. It's a complete new thing. And we know from our colleagues from Earth Science that this is something very unpleasant. If this is happening in the climate system, we might reach a new climatic system, which is very unpleasant for human beings. But then we cannot decide, oh, okay, we see it's not so nice, let's go back to the old system, but it's irreversible. So we have to act very quickly. And economic systems, they also know these tipping points, and we have surpassed them several times, and the economic system was always improving. For example, in the Neolithic revolution, when we started to settle down as farmers and no longer worked as hunters and gatherers, it was a big improvement of the social welfare. Or take the Industrial Revolution with all the nuisances that we have observed at the very beginning, it was a big success. Or take the information revolution or mass production at the beginning of the 20th century. So there were always new economic systems emerging, which were completely different from everything that we have seen before. So the life has completely changed, and we got new jobs, the social structures have changed, the family organization has changed, how we eat, how we organize our diet, everything has changed. So one example that I would like to highlight is the following. It's called in history of economic development books, the golden age of capitalism. It is this remarkable development that we have observed in the post-war periods in many Western European countries. What you see here is the income per head figure of the German economy starting at 1820. And it was improving, but Germany was a late industrializer, so not very tremendously, but the trend was very positive. And if we would have go on in this trend in the afterwar period, we would have realized the red line on the graph. But something has changed. Basically, it was the implementation of a virtuous circle. It was this combination of new education. Universities were developed, new universities were founded. Industry was extremely hungry for engineers, for managers. So we produced these engineers and managers. They got higher salaries. They introduced a new knowledge into the product portfolio, service portfolio. So we created new markets, new products, and the income were skyrocketing. Before World War II, just to mention this, in most European countries, the income was enough to serve for the necessities. So it was enough to have food, to have clothes, and to have a roof over the head. And if you would have the possibility to purchase a mobile phone, nobody would have the money. Nobody could have afforded a mobile phone. This just happened in the post-war period where we created this artificial world, which is booming and creating the new incomes. Well, usually, I think the average age is a little bit lower than in my classroom, but my students say we cannot survive without a mobile phone, and I have to tell them this. It's in principle, it's possible. It's hard, but it was the way it was done in the past. So what I'm arguing is, to make it very short, I think time is a little bit the challenge of the presentation, is that we see that the climate system is approaching the tipping point, and we don't want to surpass this tipping point. So we need to surpass the tipping point towards higher degrees of sustainability of our economic organization, of our economic systems, before we reach this point. So I think this is also one of the conclusions of many other presentations this morning. It's high time to react, and we cannot rely only on the top-down approaches, but we need a kind of synergetic approach between bottom-up and top-down, which is implemented in these virtuous circles. And this is my stylized example. So we see over time that sustainability, however measured, of course, it's very important to have very good indicators, is worsening over time. But if we manage to implement this virtuous circle between innovation, focusing on sustainability, which is allowing for new lifestyles and which is allowing us to explore new opportunities, which are leading to further innovations, we might realize this tipping point. I will give you an example from a case which I was observing during my lifetime. It started around in the 1990s, mid of the 1990s, when vegetarian diets become very fashionable. In that time, if I would have talked to my mother, I become now a vegetarian, she probably would start to cry. What shall I cook for Christmas? What shall we do? You ruin the family. But this is, there were some courageous avant-garde vegetarians, and they accepted that if they asked for vegetarian meals, they got the same, like the meat eaters had to pay the same prices without the meat. So there was really no alternative. It was really hard for them to survive, but they created niches. So some entrepreneurs started to see there's something changing. Let's develop something, products for them. Let's develop services for them. And they make it easier for other vegetarians to move into this direction. Maybe not the whole week, but start with one vegetarian day during the week. Nowadays, 25 years, it's mainstream, 25 years later. Even in my student cafeteria, we have now more vegetarian offers than meat offers. And in steakhouses, they offer vegetarian meals. But it was unthinkable 25 years earlier. And this is this virtuous circle, and we need to implement these in other systems, in the mobility sector and so on, and then we can reach these tipping points. But how can we do this? And this leads me to the third point, the measurement point. I think we have to be clearer about what is shaping our decision making, and there are some clues on this in the theory of technological paradigms, because we know that these technological paradigms which shape the overall development. Where do we search for new technological solutions? What kind of materials we are applying? What is the basic philosophy of this innovation approach? We find search heuristics. The search heuristics are implicit decision rules, implicit rules that we sometimes are not aware. We learn this during our study programs, and then we speak the code of our discipline. They are widely accepted and they are applied in all kinds of decision making. I just give you a few of the examples of the most popular rules, search heuristics of the 20th century. Unlimited availability of fossil resources. Meat as the most desirable component in diet, mass production to exploit economies of scale, or individual mobility as dominant traffic mode. So all kinds of new business models which were developed always have in mind these things are given constants. If I develop a new shop, a new supermarket, I can build it outside the city. The only thing that I need to organize are parking slots. Then the people will come because they own their cars, and that's how it works. But if you get rid of this assumption, you have to start to think completely different. How can we organize this logistic problem? How do I get the products to my clients and so on? So this is the consequence of our heuristics, which we never make explicit. And I think this is something that we also need to integrate in the observations, in the indicators, that we, for example, have bibliographic indicators which count how often engineers are mentioning mass production or cost efficiency without including it or connecting it to the idea of sustainability. And what is happening at this moment, and we addressed several of these issues already today, we see first of all that digitalization is basically the enemy of industrialization, because industrialization is about a large quantity, about Henry Ford was saying you can have the Model Key in any color you like as long as it is black. So it was a homogeneous output. With digital technologies, we can produce a large variety of different products, and we don't need the large production sites anymore. So the idea, for example, I think one of the problems I learned from those who are constructing biorefineries is that they are, if they are installed, they are decentral technology, they are placed on close to the farmers, and you don't have the large units like in the oil refinery industry, but then you have almost the same labor costs. But with a digital control center, you can reduce these costs tremendously, so you can run several hundreds of smaller units with the same labor costs like a large oil refinery site. So there are many things which are changing. We talked about the circular production. These are new vocabulary which is emerging in our search heuristics. Nobody was talking about circularity 20 years earlier. So it's something that is popping up in our brains. Or decentralization. Industrialization was always about centralization, central solution, but now we can develop decentral solutions to the problems. Renewable energies are a very, very good example, because they are not, say, a coal-fired power plant or a nuclear power plant, but they're very small, several small units producing energy where it is required for. And concerning the prevailing norms, I think, and therefore I was using the SDG goals here in the upper right corner, almost no scientific presentation, almost no political talk at the beginning of the 20s in the 21st century is not referring to the SDGs. So it starts to make, to already have room in our brains that we think, how can we come closer to the fulfillment of these rules? So this might replace this increasing income postulate, the neoliberal paradigm. So finally, I think 1 minute for the conclusions. We need to redesign the innovation systems, and we have developed a new form of innovation systems that we call dedicated innovation system. And in this dedicated innovation system, we have, for example, also dedicated regulation. So if you consider all the regulation instruments that we are applying and which are usually on the toolkit of policymakers, they follow the idea of optimization. There's no room for experimentation. This is already is a system where we have an idea of the solution at hand and we try to come closer to the solution. But if the solution is not existing, how can we support the agents, the entrepreneurs to develop the respective steps? So we need to involve more and different stakeholders in the innovation systems. I'm, for example, participating in a group which is called the Strategy Dialogue of the car manufacturing industry in Baden-Württemberg, initiated by the Prime Minister of Baden-Württemberg. And you know, Baden-Württemberg has many players in the car industry, not only Mercedes and Bosch, but many suppliers and are there. And they are very much following the idea that they are super important and the government has to do something to protect them. They don't see that they are part of the game, that they need to change something in these developments. They do not accept startup companies on the table, which we finally enforce them to accept. They do not accept to talk about autonomous mobility solutions, replacing individual mobility. Their answer to the mobility transformation towards sustainability are electrical engines. So the consequence is that we have the same amount of cars and we are still in the traffic jam, but with electrical engines. So this is finally endangering the region because 70% of the income in Baden-Württemberg nowadays comes from the car industry. So we need to broaden these innovation systems. We have to think about new vocabulary that we use: transparency, perceptibility, education, participation. And we need to support the established stakeholders no longer to suffer from the not invented here syndrome or to fear the replacement. Of course, they love the profits they made in the last century and they would like to go on in this direction. And we are suggesting here new cooperation modes. I think a very nice example was the development of the vaccine in the COVID pandemic period. So it was developed by a startup company which was exploring the possibilities of mRNA technology the large pharmaceutical industry was not interested in. But when they discovered the vaccine, they could not do all the clinical tests, they could not do the production, the logistics and the distribution all over the world. They need a large company. These are the core concepts or competences of the large companies. And I think this is offering space and synergies for survival of the large companies. They without doubt have very good competences, but maybe not the right competences to support this transformation that we require in order to get this, to surpass the tipping point in the economic system before we surpass the tipping point in the climate system. I'm stopping here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andreas, for this inspiring talk. There are lots of issues that you have touched upon in your presentation. I will now open the floor for one or two questions, if there is any question from the audience. I have one. Okay, so I kind of share your view, if I got you right, about the degrowth, the weakness of the degrowth narrative, which in a way is being somehow patronizing and imposing top-down an idea of change. And I think that your discussion about the tipping points goes in the echoes and resemble the idea of the sustainability transition, the paradigm shift that we need to make in order to avoid the collapse of the system as we know it today. Just one question I have at the back of my mind when I listen to this kind of argument, which, as I said, I share mostly, is about making this transition, this shift from the negative tipping point towards the positive tipping point, to simplify your argument, making it just, making just for all. And when I say just for all, I'm not just referring to people working in fossil-based industries in high-income countries, which of course we will have to take care of them. We will have to provide for them training opportunities, retraining opportunities, entering the job market again, so on and so forth. But what I'm really talking about is more making it just for the global south, which is actually playing again the role of the underdog in this transition and might suffer most of the costs associated in the short run of the transition. How can we make sure that this is not going to happen? $1 million question.
Big question. Yeah. I generally believe that at least it's a severe problem that we have to consider in the future. I think the worst situation that can happen, we are all talking about the bioeconomy today, would be a kind of new colonialism, that the global south is producing the biomass, which then is used in the industries, in the refineries in the north, in order to produce very expensive products. So in that sense, I think the bioeconomic case in particular is offering very good opportunities also to spur development in particular in African economies, which have very good starting condition to increase the productivity and creativity of the agricultural system. One thing which makes me quite optimistic was the development in the telecommunication sector, when it was always one of the difficulties that communication was not perfect. In particular, the countryside was not connected to the city, so the farmers have to believe the prices they were told by the traders which come from the city, and they were usually cheating, so they sold their products at too low prices. And with the mobile phones, they have jumped over this. They don't need the infrastructure. There's a new technology which provides them with the information, and the situation for them has changed. And one of the things that I see in the bioeconomy, which might also be playing a role, and you might be surprised for this, is the development in what is called high precision agriculture and agro robots. But most of the large territories are not easy to be cultivated because of quite extreme temperature conditions, or they are very far away, so you need long ways. But if we help and we construct the right agri robots for them, they can create new jobs in these countries, because they have to be maintained, they have to be programmed, but they can help them to harvest higher quantities of interesting things that can be used in the chemical industry to produce basic chemicals. So it's a little bit the question of how also we design our technologies. And I was involved in a project on robotics, and here we see also developments which are going in the wrong direction. So the robots in agriculture that we are designing are usually designed, quite interesting, for two countries, for the Ukraine and for Russia. And they are huge machines, very heavy machines, and the ecologists say, oh, don't use these machines, they kill every worm in the soil and it's not good. But they were very efficient from a technological point of view. But alternatives are existing. The robots that I'm talking about have the size of a shoebox. They're extremely cheap, and they can help to solve many problems farmers are confronted with respect to pesticides, with fertilizers, with sewage watering technologies, so they can make a difference. But I agree that these robots will be probably not developed quickly in the south, but we can develop them, and we should also. It's another point, say what is in the brain of our engineers. Why should we always engineer huge machines and think about economies of scale and the advantages of mass production if we are adding this new target sustainability to our target function? Then we might discover there are other solutions which are promising. But this is a very important question that you have raised that we should keep in mind, because we see already, of course, the costs in the global south of climate change is very high. And we see how politically migration can be used also to create a lot of disorder in our societies, and how this can be exploited in the wrong directions. So it's I think a question of social peace, and if we do not manage to solve this problem, sustainability includes also this dimension, we will never become sustainable.
Thank you very much. So we can now move on to the next three presentations. Enrica Imbert, unfortunately, is not here. She's feeling sick today, so we will have a presentation from Alessandro Cascavilla and Idiano D'Adamo and Nicolas Befort. So please join me here at the table. Thank you. Okay, I guess we start with Alessandro. Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Professor Morone, for giving me the opportunity to present very shortly the BIORECER project. That is a project in which we, as UnitelmaSapienza, are involved. And I will just present, in general, the main aim of the project, how it works, and our involvement in this project related to the tasks that we are carrying on in this project. So BIORECER stands for Biological Resources Certification Schemes, and it aims to ensure the environmental performance and traceability of the biological feedstock used by the bio-based industries. In particular, we aim to strengthen the current certification schemes. The main goal is to increase both the social acceptance and the use of the bio-based products. This project has a duration of 3 years, so it's 36 months project, and it's of course a European project. And it involves 16 partners that refer to both the industrial sector, but also to the research. So inside we have a list of universities and also research centers that interact in order to reach these goals. In particular, this project has a precise objective, that is to adapt the certification schemes to new criteria and new requirements. In particular, it is based on the so-called BRAE living lab. That is a kind of space that is divided into the BRAE living lab, that is divided into the physical, in a physical level and in a digital one. In particular, we set up this BRSP tool that is an innovative tool in which there is a sort of networking, constant networking between stakeholders that are involved on a different level of the value chains. In particular, there is a sort of a continuous interaction and feedbacks between the industry and the research in order to enhance the actual certification schemes related to the use of bio-based materials and resources. Within the BRSP, there are various groups and activities that are taking place in order to identify the needs of the actors involved and to transfer and disseminate all this new knowledge. In particular, it is an essential channel to validate and to test the new methodological approach and the new demonstration scenarios according to 4 case studies that I will shortly present later, and to integrate the ICT tool in the BIORECER. In particular, these 4 case studies refer to Italy, Spain, Greece, and Sweden. In all of them, we are looking for how to integrate the current certification schemes in order to reuse as an alternative potential use of biological resources. And so during the first year of the project, we as UnitelmaSapienza were involved in the stakeholder engagement activities as well as interactive activities. So we managed the 4 focus group, each of them related to each of these 4 countries. And then we get feedback. So we collect the feedback from participants in this focus group in order to make an analytical hierarchy process that I will shortly describe in the next slides. So the analytical hierarchy process, that is also known as AHP analysis, is one of the most widely used multiple criteria decision-making tools. In particular, it is a quantitative tool that is based on the feedback of a pool of experts who are asked to provide a ranking of criteria and alternatives based on a pairwise comparison in order to derive which is the most important priority. So it allows, in general, to rationalize decision-making process by understanding the relative importance of selected criteria and according to several alternatives. So what we proposed in our case is to divide this methodology into a 2-step. The first step refers to the criteria, in which we provide a common list of 6 criteria to all case studies, so to all the 4 case studies that need to be compared by each of the participants in each case study. So we select these criteria according to the literature review and to the expert suggestions. Then we proposed to each of the case studies some specific alternative use of the biological resources. In particular, all of these alternatives have to be compared with respect to each of the 6 criteria. So also in this case, we selected these potential alternatives according to the suggestions from the partner of the project and the case study leaders. So in general, we then provide the same set of criteria across all the groups, and each of these 4 groups just had to give a weight to each of the specific alternatives. So the 6 criteria refers to the economic aspect, to the environmental sustainability aspect, to the social aspect, but also to the technological legislation and the traceability aspects. And for each of the criteria, each participant was supposed to rank each of these criteria from the most important to the less relevant one. So on a scale from 0 to 9, from 1 to 9. This was an example of the Excel sheet that we provide to each of the participants. So we provide them an Excel file in which they could provide this weight from 1 to 9, and then we also provide them the sheet with the alternatives. So, for instance, this is the Excel sheet of the first case study. So it was the case study of Spain. So then we collect all the data related to how the participants select the criteria and how do they evaluate each alternative according to the importance, the relative importance of the criteria. And as you can see, this is the result for the Spanish case study that refers to the alternative use of the fishing sector biological resources. And as you can see, among the 4 alternatives, the most preferred alternative use of the biological resources, according to the case study that we carried on, it was the 4th alternative. So the fertilizers and soils recovery, such as nutrients such as ammonia and phosphate and BIORECER. As regards instead the Italian case study that refers to the municipal and industrial waste, the most important or the most preferred alternative use of of biological resources is the third alternative that refers to fertilizers and soils recovery again. As regards the third case study, that is the Greek one that refers to the agricultural waste, according to the three proposed alternatives, the most appropriate according to the response of the case study partners involved in it is the third, so the nutraceutical bio-based industry, so pectin from peach pulp, oil from peach kernels, and polyphenols from olive pomace. As regards the fourth case study in Sweden that refers to the alternative use of foreign industry biological resources, the most preferred alternative was the third one, so refers to the biofertilizers and soil amendments, such as bioeconomy, phosphorus, and nutrients. So this is just part of a task that we already done, and but now it started another series of very interesting challenges and tasks that we are carrying on. In particular, we are actually working on the definition and the development of a Delphi survey that includes 2 rounds of Delphi survey, in which we are supposed to understand which could be the requirements that are actually not covered by the certification schemes to reuse the biological resources. And so this is an activity that we are carrying on actually until the September, and then from October on we will start working on the field experiment that will include the aspects from both the consumer's perception, but also from the industrial one, to see how people and industries perceive the potential importance of this new certification scheme that account for that requirements that are actually not included and that we are supposed to evaluate with this Delphi survey. So this is essentially in a very short how this bioresearch project works and how we are contributing to this amazing project. So if you have any question, I'm here to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alessandro. Is there any question? No, so we can move to the next presentation, which is by Diano D'Adamo, professor of engineer. How is it in English? Just plain? No.
It's simple.
No, but you have
Management engineer.
management engineer. And at Sapienza University of Rome. And he's a member of the Bioeconomy and Transition Research Group and a long-lasting friend of us. So, Diano, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Morone, for this nice invite, and thanks to all Unitelma team to organize this wonderful meet. I have a big passion, that is sustainability, but sorry for my voice, but I have a second big passion, that is the love for Juventus Football Club. And so it is the result of my voice of about 30 years ago. I don't sure if Wednesday night I was sustainable or less, but however, in some cases, we cannot also to not be sustainable. This presentation is possible thanks to the engineer Riccardo Olivieri. Riccardo Olivieri was my thesis student. Typically, I have 30 students with thesis in each year in management engineering, and in some cases I ask the opportunity to publish your thesis in scientific work. Riccardo is very top student and has love for digitalization for artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, Diano has not the same love for artificial intelligence. So I have asked to Riccardo, what is the marriage between me and you? And so we have proposed artificial intelligence meet sustainability, a novel approach to carbon leakage in the European Union emission trading scheme. Piano has several editorial positions in several publishers, Elsevier, Springer, Wiley, Frontier, MDPI. As a research love to publish, love to read the paper, but the sustainable man is also people that live the nature. And so there is a picture of my city, of my livable sea. This is the agenda. We can start with a little introduction. Literature has proposed some interesting point of reflection. The first, we will speak of regulation. So we can see from this work that thanks to the emission trading scheme, it is possible a reduction of carbon dioxide, and it is compared with market without not regulation condition. After we have seen that the artificial intelligence can be used in order to provide a solution for decarbonization, but we are sure that digitalization and sustainability are friend or less. We try to have a solution for this. After we have proposed the multi-criteria decision analysis in order to resolve sustainable issue. And finally, we have a need to provide some policy implication because emission trading scheme represents a big opportunity for Europe, but also a potential threat. So we have two research objectives. The first, analyze the price of carbon dioxide through the long short-term memory, neural network. And the second research question is study companies' perception of the emission trading system through multi-criteria decision analysis. So, I don't know if you want to live in Europe or in USA, but if I ask this question as a consumer, I think that I have a response. If you are a manager, you can have a different response. Because we speak of sustainability in all world, but the sustainability in all world concern the involvement of all citizens, of all firms, of all public administration. The emission trading scheme is acted on the cap and trade scheme. So there is some firm that are able to use renewable energy, and so in this way can sell this certification, and there are other business that are not able to be cleaner, and so must pay in order to have this certificate. So what is the difference between emission trading scheme and the regional greenhouse gas initiative? We can check the difference of the start period is interesting, probably the number of countries involved, probably the aim, but in my opinion, not because I am a management engineer, but I think is relevant for all, is the price of carbon dioxide. If you check 116, so there is an order of difference of 6. If you realize a not good action in the USA, you can pay 6 times lower than the same action in Europe. In this way, there is not a competitive situation. Before to propose the two different research objectives, we have asked to 10 international academics with at least 10 years of experience, and I underline the presence of a female component that is low, unfortunately, but we are near to the minimum condition. And we have asked to analyze this simple 4 question. If you check the green color, this expert report that artificial intelligence can support sustainability assessment, in particular sustainable operation, because when we analyze the firms, we must check on sustainable operation. Neural networks are useful for evaluate the price of carbon dioxide, and we can see that this green light is yellow when ask if a neural network is able also to support the policy implication. However, is a good evaluation. So, thanks to Riccardo, we have investigated the several input data coming from the energy market, natural gas, crude oil, heating oil, gasoline, Brent oil, ethanol, natural gas, and we have realized a neural network. A neural network permit to insert the several data. If you check, we have used more of 2,000 data, about 15 years of the analysis, so you can check the specific item with the relative unit of measure, and we have identified 8 different scenarios. One scenario refers to the top 10 higher values, another scenario to the top lower values. We have examined the situation pre-COVID, and after we have examined the last 3 months. The period of reference is January and April of the previous year. These data are all data. After we have improved the old data thanks to the compound annual growth rate. So we have estimated the future value, and the compound annual growth rate is defined according to 6 semesters, to last year, to 6 months, to last 3 months. So the big Riccardo has realized this neural network, has inserted the several data, and neural network provide a good response if the blue line is near to the blue line. Well, the model realized by Riccardo has provided a positive solution. So we are not able to explain what's happened in this network. It is impossible, but we provide some input data and we have an output data. So after your thesis in July of the last year, before to publish this work in Sustainable Operation and Computers, we have tried to insert hypothetical value and to check what's happened with the current value. We have seen that the results are very near. In particular, we have obtained the following data. I don't ask to check 10 value or the value equal to 18 because are referred to the lowest value and to the pre-COVID situation. The COVID has not only realized health issue and mental issue, but has also changed the life of several organizations, and we can check that the value is typical from 90 euro for tons of carbon dioxide to 80 euro for ton of carbon dioxide. If you remember the previous value that is equal to 100 per ton of carbon dioxide, but in unit dollar, and we use the corrective coefficient, we can see that the value are not different, but these data are obtained 1 year ago. The data that I have proposed in the previous slide is the current data. So we can understand that in Europe, if you realize a not good action, you must pay a high value related to the carbon dioxide. And this data we have compared with literature. If you check, you can see high, but also the lower value. After Alessandro, with a wonderful explanation, has explained the analytical hierarchy process and multi-criteria decision analysis, so I don't repeat these steps. We have identified 10 criteria. We have seen 5 alternatives. We will examine after specifically on this point. We have interviewed the same 10 experts in order to obtain the aggregation of weight. So thanks to the analytical hierarchy process, we have obtained the following result. If you check, there are some criteria that occupy the first position for the same expert. In particular, public expenditure and expected benefits for 4 experts. And after we have two options for industrial ecosystem and for investment in technological innovation. At the same time, the same expert also provide the minimum weight. We are able to aggregate the several opinions, and each expert has the same weight, and we can see that typically the way in order to evaluate an analytical hierarchy process that an average weight, each criteria has a value of 0.10. In this case, the first has a value of 0.17. So it is 7 points more big of the common value. And in this way, we can see that the public expenditure and expected benefits and industrial ecosystem represent the future of this market. The second step is to multiply this row vector with the column vector. So, new expert from the Minister of Environment, from some important Italy company as Gestore Servizi Energetici, Terna, and a big player with industrial expert, has provided value for 5 specific contexts of evaluation. Again, we can check that the average value reported that the big first alternative is a bonus for innovative solution, in particular for renewable energy and energy efficiency, to be applied in a local context for business that meet emission reduction target. We can see also a first position for the similar situation, but in this case the bonus is for circular economy for material efficiency. Instead, the lower situation for other value. I remember that this value concerns the value from 1 to 10. If you check the value lower of 6, it is however potential sufficient because the average is 5.5, so all solutions are sufficient, but we can check that according to the expert, the solution in order to decarbonize the sector is to provide bonus and not to provide taxes, because it is suggested as a better action. So we can conclude with some element. We are near to the new great appointment for Europe. And clearly, it is not a policy context in which report our ideal or not aspect. But when I was a PhD student about 16 years ago, there are sustainable and unsustainable. When I have choose sustainability is a nice sector. Today, we are all sustainable. Probably in this group, there is also greenwashing, but however, we are in the same family. And now we have a new division between sustainability ideological and sustainability pragmatic. I am inserted in sustainability pragmatic. Ideological is the new nature is beauty, well, but also the human that realize your approach must be correct toward the nature. And sustainability is not only environmental criteria, but it's also social and economic. So, to be pragmatic is to provide solutions that are useful for all people and not only for a little part. For example, electric vehicles in this moment are not opportunity for the people with a lower salary. So in the future, we have a big risk. Photovoltaic system with the several bonuses for people that has a high income, welcome, but for people that live in not very nice home that has not money to spend in food, we can imagine it is possible for energy. So this result confirms that a neural network can support the sustainability. However, we must investigate the approach of artificial intelligence. So not always artificial intelligence and generally digitalization are near to the sustainability. We must always remember the human social side that analyze, and the risk of carbon leakage must be analyzed in order to have a good solution. So, my last, and I have only 10 seconds, sustainability is a source of innovation and development thanks also to the younger generation. Thank you very much, and in particular attention to the Peace Project. I'm a coordinator of this project that has already published more of 10 works, and the Unitelma team is a big player in this project, and so we hope that this word is not only the name of the project, but is a word that is true in all parts of this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Diano, for your presentation. Questions?
Well done for the interesting presentation. Well, technical one question about the weights. You mentioned that you utilize 10 stakeholders for the weights.
For the weight, we have choose 10 academic expert in order to assign the weight. And after 10 industrial and public expert in order to assign the values.
So 10 and 10.
10 different experts.
Okay.
Academic from one side, the second because emission trading scheme is more realized for public actors, we have analyzed that is academic are very nice, we are potential very nice, but I think that the other experts probably are more knowledge of the academics. And so for this motive, clearly it is as usual possible to choose expert to insert a new category of stakeholder, but we have see that in the analytical hierarchy process, as already proposed by Alessandro, you calculate the consistency ratio, and so it is a good solidity. Instead, in the assignation of values, unfortunately, there is not an element that is able to report a good or less.
Any policy-making stakeholder included in this? In those
There are
two?
people that work in the Minister of the Environment and also typically gestori dei servizi energetici and Terna, the other, are near connection to the policy. So among these 10 experts, there are also this category of stakeholders.
The last one, sorry for that. Why did you choose AHP and not Electra, for example, or something like that? That's the question.
No, the idea is the following. When we have this several data, this thesis is also with the responsible of internalization in gestore dei servizi energetici with Dr. Alberto Biancardi. So in GCA has the idea, it is not useful to use a neural network, but this student, Riccardo, instead is very convinced of this situation. So has tried to have this model. When I have understand this model, in the first case, I never understand what's happened in this theory, but after I have used a parallelism, Monte Carlo method when you realize risk analysis, it is similar. After we have proposed the result to policymakers, because if Idiano not convinced of the result, is not able to report this data to the other. When policy has listened this data, has asked, but your result was obtained in which year? Clearly, if today you insert new data of the last year, the model is able to realize new data, and probably you have an estimation of 1 or 2 years, but it is an estimation. If Europe change your policy condition regarding the tackle of climate change, clearly this model proposes a null value.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we move now to the third presentation of this afternoon session from Professor Nicolas Befort from Neuma Business School at Reims, France, which is a very well-known region for the champagne.
Yeah. So sorry, my presentation will not be about champagne, but in some part maybe inspired. Thank you very much, Pier Giuseppe, for inviting me. So I'm also the head of the chair in bioeconomy and sustainable development at Neuma. We are 13 researchers, so PhD, postdocs, but mostly professors in all kinds of disciplines except accounting. You can find in a business school, so different types of economists, different types of marketing people. I'm economist. I discovered that there are different school of thoughts in marketing, quite close from the debates we have in economics. And we are working on the topic of the transition of the bioeconomy. What I'm going to present today are conclusions and new reflections coming out of my book, The Bioeconomy, published last year. And the idea of this presentation, focusing on the question of innovation in agriculture, is to reflect whether the bioeconomy holds its promises of achieving a sustainable economy. To do it, first, I think that we have to go through the definition of what I call the fossil economy. And I think that this picture is quite clear. What we see is that we have a growing trend since the Industrial Revolution with a conjoint increase of the use of fossil resources with the continuous increase in the emissions from fossil fuels. And this fossil economy has several characteristics. First, it needs a constant access to cheap fossil resources that can be burned. And it has been developed through the expansion of the production sphere, meaning that the main movement of the fossil economy has been to find always new ways to develop new markets based on this use of fossil resources. And there is something which I think is of premier importance for the development of the bioeconomy, is this culture or this fossil culture of having one single or maybe three main resources. So of course, oil, coal and gas that allow to produce everything that is around us. And going to the bioeconomy, transitioning to a bioeconomy or transforming towards a bioeconomy means that we have to go out of this culture of one single resources towards the use of multiple inputs. And these characteristics of the fossil economy have several consequences. First, fossils made possible the production of commodity chemicals, and the possibility of commodity chemicals is what makes the industrial world and the industrial economy working, because we are able to produce plastics and so on. And it has really strong impact on the organization of the value chains. If you make a bit of economic history of the chemical industry, it's quite clear that around the 1930s, we had an existing renewable industrial chemistry, which has been slowly replaced by the oil industry, by the waste of the oil industry, and this waste coming out, basically there were waste coming out of the production of oil to make cars. And due to also this, and that's what we learned from the chemical science and the chemists, is that due to the chemical structure of oil, it had an influence on the kind of division of labor that has been made possible in this fossil economy. And in the dynamic of profit accumulation in the fossil economy, wastes are also a condition of profit making. Basically, when you are a plastic company, you have a strong interest of producing always more waste due to the condition of markets, because you are producing, if you are a PET producer, you are a commodity producer. So the only source of profit making is basically in reaching economies of scale, which are made possible through the continuous and the improvement, the efficiency in the use of oil. Having that in mind, the question now is whether the bioeconomy is offering a pathway towards a post-fossil economy. So this graph published by the Nova Institute is quite satisfying, because we see in a lot of different markets that we have an increase in the use of bio-based resources, especially in some markets like the production of rubber, but of course we have a tradition of bio-based rubber. Of course, we have man-made fibers, which are about 8%. And of course, we have some functional polymers using mostly starch. We have bio-based functional polymers, linoleum, and so on. This is quite interesting picture, because we see that at the global level, we have 8% of the total polymers that are bio-based. If we take a look at this picture, you can see that we have a continuous increase in the plastics production starting in the 1950s. So clearly, when we had this movement of development of the chemical industry post-World War II, and you need to have good eyes, not only due to the color scheme that have been chosen, to identify the increase of the production of bio-based polymers. And what can we deduce from this? In the debates on green growth, on the ecological transition, on the transformation, we have this idea that having new technologies will replace existing technology. What we see so far is an increase in the production of bio-based plastics and an increase of oil-based plastics. I think there are several reasons that can explain this trend. First, it means, as I said, we are mostly talking about products that are drop-in innovations. I borrow this concept from the chemical industry, considering that here we are mostly in a competitive environment where the price is the decisive factor. During all the interviews I did, more than 100 interviews. What was quite striking is that all the companies developing PET or a lot of plastics and so on told me that they had issues regarding the production cost. And it calls for a kind of theoretical work redefining what are eco-innovations. That's the point of the opposition between drop-in innovations and functional innovations. On the one hand, drop-in innovations are innovations that are promising, as what Andreas just showed in his presentation, to offer the exact same properties, the same functionalities, but being bio-based without changing the division of labor or the mode of consumption. That's the case, for example, for the cars. And as I told you, there are several difficulties and issues in the use of biomass, especially due to the difference in the structures. That's the reason why, for example, chemists, biotechnologists, and so on are struggling since the 70s on how to simplify, how to deconstruct the biomass to try to reach these drop-in innovations. And as teacher in a business school, that's quite interesting to see that what the kind of business models that are developed in the bioeconomy are quite contradictory with what we teach to our students in a whole lot of different markets, where you start to identify your problems and then you try to develop an innovation to solve these problems. That's the idea of functional innovations. The idea of functional innovations is to consider that, for example, for a car, whether from a drop-in perspective, the car is a problem of car and a problem of motorization, whether you are hydrogen, electric, or whatever. From a functional innovation perspective, it's not anymore a transportation problem. It's not anymore a car problem. The problem is to answer to several expected functionalities for a car. We talk about going from point A to point B. It works safely, absolutely not. From a sustainable perspective, it's absolutely not sustainable, and so it's inefficient. And the idea is that we are able to answer in a completely different way to these social expected functionalities of transportations. And of course, it has a strong impact on the way we are also orienting innovation policies. In the bioeconomy, most of the innovation policies have been strongly influenced by the whole literature on especially sectoral innovation systems. That's quite clear in the drawing, in the schemes and so on that are used. And these perspectives strongly put the emphasis on the question of the emergence of diversity, of nurturing the existence of diversity. I think it's quite a success. That's what we see on the first picture by the Nova Institute. But what we also see is that these policies miss the target of destabilization of unsustainable innovation or products. In this perspective, I think that we can use this perspective of drop-in versus functional innovations by answering two questions: whether first to define what are the functionalities promised by an innovation, whether they are to, let's say, add 10% of bio-based materials in an oil-based plastic bottle, in a single-use plastic bottles, or does it offer a long-term solution, taking into account the vast richness of the biomass? Second, since we are talking about the need of radical innovation, a radical innovation is also defined by its ability to break with the existing paradigm. And the existing paradigm is the one of the fossil economy, so it's quite easy to determine whether an innovation is breaking with this paradigm. Then we have the problem of the resources and the kind of resources we are using. We have two extreme positions. On the one hand, we have people that tend to consider that we shouldn't use biomass. We shouldn't use biomass for anything else than food. And on the other side, you have people that say that there are no issues regarding the use of biomass. I disagree with both positions, and I will highlight you why. First, we need to take a look at the allocation, for example, of cereals in the world, and you can see that less than the half of cereals produced are used directly for human food. They are mostly used for animal feed and for the industrial uses and mostly biofuels. It means that the question of the use of resources and the availability of resources may be in our food plate. if we look at the question of carbon emissions, and that's an echo to a presentation this morning. So that's the reason why I didn't participate to the polls. I had the answer. And you can see that there is a huge gap between the GHG emission between beef production in the top and, let's say, the production of peas, which are a reliable source of proteins. If we take a look, we also have the question of the global land use. If you look at a dietary requirement like no beef or mutton, you see that we have here a huge amount of arable lands that can be made available to produce something else than food or cereals to feed animals. To answer to the question I asked in this second part, or third part of my presentation. First, if we do a bit of history here again, the food specialization of agriculture is a historical parenthesis. We had, for example, starting in the 20s, the Kemeji in the US. When the first agriculture in the Neolithic started, we already had houses made of biomass. Near Reims, you have the beautiful city of Troyes, where you have medieval houses that were made out of biomass. Also, we have, and especially the literature on the food regime, clearly dates the emergence of a specialization of the use of biomass on food in the post-war food regime. Also, non-food uses of the biomass didn't really disappear. For example, molecules such as levulinic acid were already produced from biomass during the 50s. Also, what is really important to bear in mind here is that biomass availability is much more limited than fossils. It means that when we choose to use biomass to be burned to produce a really small amount of biofuel, for example, we are wasting a high-value resource that has plenty of functionality, of resistance, of durability in the time and so on, that could be used elsewhere. Also, this perspective paves a way for a new phase of agriculture, where I think that we should couple, on the one hand, non-food large-scale farming, like industrial hemp and so on, because that's highly sustainable, really easy to treat, to develop, also with really low investments and high technologies. And on the other hand, we know that we can make food-oriented, small-size production, that we already did it in the history. And we also have a growing demand for quality of food products. To conclude, I think that it's time to favor substitution instead of complementarity. So here, I mean substitution in the sense of transformation. That's just a joke for mainstream economists. But I think that policies should nurture the diversity and organize the destabilization of unsustainable practices. And also in our debates, sometimes we have this idea whether we should promote regulations, firms' behaviors, and firms' innovation, or consumers' change. And I think that a successful transition and transformation policy has to couple these three elements. So I think it means that we have to change the selection environment in which innovation are supported, especially at the EU level, especially through a hierarchization regarding the use of biomass, and to promote functional substitution. We also need clear guidelines on the ban on unsustainable products to incentivize change. In France, for example, we had major drawbacks on the use on some pesticides due to unclear guidelines. Also, I think that we need dynamic mix over time of subsidies and taxes, and that's linked to my last proposition of, instead of having sustainability labels, I think that we also should bet on unsustainability labels. When you are investing, or in the case of organic farming, you have increase in production costs, and you also have the cost of having a label, and you are doing good, okay? And it means that and one of the difficulty for this kind of products is that you are operating in a market that is against you, because the dominant market conditions are against your model. So I think that we should, this kind of unsustainability label would be signal of unquality of products that would take the sustainable production cost baseline as the baseline production cost. And these unsustainable labels would more or less act as taxes, because it would allow to fund the transformation of companies that are trying to become sustainable. Thank you very much. And you can see here our funders of the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicolas, for your presentation. Is there any question from the audience for Nicolas or also for the other speaker? No question? I have one for you, Nicolas. Yeah. I haven't quite got this last point about unsustainability labels. Yeah. So how should it work in practice? Who should be making the calculation for saying whether the product is unsustainable or not? Who should bear the cost of making this assessment?
I think that we could think in the transformation. So that what is important to mention is that what I have in mind is that we have currently in the fossil economy, and we could imagine a post-fossil economy, and in between we would be in a transition economy where we would have the situation of both economies. I think that you should be able to demonstrate that your product is sustainable or that your product is unsustainable, and that would be mandatory. First, so the cost would be bared by the companies themselves, because since they are putting products on the market, they need to demonstrate that their product is sustainable. So by having to demonstrate their product is sustainable, they would be constrained to highlight that, to show that their product would be unsustainable. That's also the place where I think that all the projects and the evaluation and the definition of shared labels and methods of evaluation are highly needed, because they would allow to have a shared framework to help this. Also, it would go instead of just having a to stay on the case of the organic label, instead of having a green leaf on packaging, we could also have like like bones, skeletons, and so on, or chemical agriculture with prices that are coherent with the message, where we would have at least a price that could be equivalent between the organic product and the non-organic product.
Okay. Thank you very much again. So thank you very much to all the speakers of this final session before the roundtable, which will start we will start 15 minutes after the scheduled time. So at 16:15, 4:15, we will reconvene. And now there is a coffee break outside. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Poi io uso Webex, l'avete fatto?
Non lo so. Io non l'ho trovato. Aspetta, che c'ho là.
Quella è buona.
Possiamo attivare il collegamento con la dottoressa Maltagliati? Ok. Silvia, se ci senti, dovresti accendere video e audio. Facciamo così una prova. Allora. Ok, perfetto. Ciao Silvia.
Salve. Salve.
Senti?
Sì, sento molto bene. Vi ho
Perfetto.
seguito di nascosto
Ottimo.
durante la giornata.
Okay, we're almost ready to restart the workshop of today for the final session, which is dedicated, is a roundtable dedicated to policy actions to prompt a sustainable transition. So please do come in and take a seat. Okay. Today, the roundtable, we have three speakers which have been carefully selected because they represent the Italian perspective, the European perspective, and the international perspective. It's my pleasure to have here at the roundtable Dr. Mario Bonaccorso, who is the director of Cluster Spring, which is the Italian cluster dedicated to the bioeconomy. Then we have online Dr. Silvia Maltagliati. Silvia is policy officer at the Circular Economy and the Bio-Based System Director General at the European Commission. And then we have Marta Gomez from the Bioeconomy Unit at the FAO. So as I was mentioning, we have the Italian perspective, the European perspective, and the international perspective. And I guess we can start with the first round of question in this order. So we'll start with the Italian perspective from Mario, and then we will hear from Silvia about the European perspective, and then from Marta about international perspective. So the question is in the name of the roundtable. So in your opinion, and also perhaps if you find it relevant, building on what we've been discussing so far here today, what are the key policy measures that needs to be implemented in order to speed up the transition? We have heard a lot about the role of the policymaker, the role of regulation as a central element for the transition. We've been discussing about consumers, behavioral changes. We've been discussing about technological aspects. We've been discussing about assessing the sustainability, and so measuring, developing new metrics, and integrating different fields of expertise in order to address and tackle such a complex issue as sustainability assessment. And the underlying message was that all these things need to be pulled together, and in doing this, the policymaker, the policy, does play a central role in order to accelerate the transition, and in order to put us on the right tipping point, as Andreas was telling us. So we'll start with Mario. So Mario, please, the floor is yours, and thank you very much for being here today.
Okay. So thank you, Giuseppe, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. Also, congratulations for this conference with the presence of so many students. It is an event in the frame of also the Bioeconomy Day, so our pleasure because we have launched this initiative to inform people about the bioeconomy, and this is really a great initiative. So concerning the policies, I think that for sure what we need is an action plan, because we have a lot of strategies also in Italy. We have a strategy on bioeconomy, we have a strategy on circular economy, we have a strategy on sustainable development. Also at a European level, we have many strategies. We need action plan, we need rules to make the circular bioeconomy happen. So let me quote the former Swedish Prime Minister Göran Persson, saying it's time to deliver. For sure, it's time to deliver.
because we know everything. At Spring, we made an analysis regarding the barriers and obstacles for the bioeconomy. We found 3 kinds of obstacles in Italy, but I think this could be also an issue at European level. We have regulatory obstacles and barriers for the bioeconomy. Consider also the time for the authorization of a pilot plant, a demo plant, a commercial plant. We need to accelerate this authorization process, not only in Italy. Then we have logistics barriers, and you know that the bioeconomy is based on the use of biomass, and this means that we need the biomass, and biomass is so not so very good allocated all around Europe. We need also to maintain the biomass we have. So this is an issue that specifically we have in Italy, and let me say that in other European countries we have an important role played by the ports, such as the port of Rotterdam, the port of Antwerp, and other ports. We are trying in Italy also to involve in the working group focus on bioeconomy, our port and the logistics. Then we have cultural barriers, and you know that each industrial revolution is accompanied by a cultural revolution. We need a change of a mindset, not only a change of paradigm. It is important also to involve young people in this revolution led by biological resources. So we know everything, as I said. We have identified the challenges and the barriers, also the new, but I'm sure that Silvia Mattagliati will deepen this aspect. Also the new communication of the European Commission, Building the Future with Nature, have identified the challenges and the barriers, and has recognized the circular bioeconomy as a change of paradigm that can help the EU and also all the the member states of Europe, specifically Italy, from our point of view, to modernize its agriculture, forestry, energy, food, feed sector, and industries. What we need is a level playing field. This means that there is not nowadays a level playing field between a fossil-based product and bio-based product. And consider that the fossil-based product receive every year 5,700 billion euros of subsidies, and this is not a level playing field. And you have to pay the research and innovation connected with a bio-based product. This means that there is a premium price if you want to buy a bio product, and this is not fair in a competition on the market. So we need, in Italy, you know, that we have 70 billions of bad subsidies for the fossil product. This is not a level playing field. So I think we need to start from this situation in Europe and in Italy, and we also to consider that there are negative externalities in the fossil-based product that there are not present in the bio-based product. So we have proposed many times at the European level and also at the national level to introduce a sort of program such as the BioPrefer program in the US, the GPP, the Green Public Procurement, with stamps and labels, in order to foster the bio-based product in the market. You know, this is an initiative led by the US Department of Agriculture, and every year there is an analysis of this program led by done by the North Carolina University and the Duke University. And this BioPrefer program means for the US added value for the economy of approximately $489 billion every year, with a great result also in terms of employment. So I think we know what we need, but the problem is that the politicians, not only in Italy, but now also in Brussels, are not aware of the great the great relevance that the circular bioeconomy has as the pillar of the ecological transition and of the Green Deal. Let me say that in Italy, we have not in our plan for resilience or recovery, the bioeconomy as a sector to be supported and to be implemented. And we look at the model of France, where they have implemented this France Relance program in order to support their plan on for the resilience and recovery with national fundings. And this is important, and this means for France to attract investments. So we have, and my first contribution to this roundtable, I think we need to implement measures in order to create a market in Europe. We know that taking as example the bioplastics you discussed in the previous speeches regarding bioplastics, we have a very schizophrenic and unstable and incoherent regulatory framework, and this means that the investments are moving outside Europe. We can take the example in France of Total Energy Corbion that move their investment from France to Thailand because what a big company needs is to have clear measures to invest in a country, and in this sense, the US is our great competitor. I think the first important thing, and this is also a change of mindset, a cultural change that we need, is we must start to think as Europeans, not as Italians, as Spaniards, as Germans, because the competition is not within the European Union, is with the US, with China, with India. I think this is important because we want Europe to lead, not to follow in the circular bioeconomy.
Thank you very much, Mario. So, Silvia, Mario is telling us that we know what we need and it's time to deliver, and we have to deliver as a European Union more than as a single countries. So my question to you, of course, is what is Europe doing from your perspective in order to deliver this transition towards the circular bioeconomy?
Yes, first of all, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, Pier Giuseppe, for this invitation. And I like also this fact that you are nuancing the different, say, geographical extension of the questions and of the matters. So just to connect with the last thing that Marco said about the competitiveness in Europe, this was also the message from the last speech from, can you hear me well? Yeah? Yeah. A bit, yeah. Maybe it doesn't work very well, but maybe that now it's
no, it's okay. We're just trying to raise the volume a bit here in the room.
Okay.
We can hear you well, but we need to raise a bit the volume.
So say that connecting with the last thing that Marco said about the competitiveness. In fact, this was also the conclusions from this say draft report from Mario Draghi, the last one, which is indeed which indicates indeed that we have to reconcile the different positions in Europe in order to be competitive with our outside, say, partners still, like the US, like China, like the other Japan, and whatever. So to say that indeed, I believe that still Europe is doing something to support the bioeconomy transition, in the sense that from the broad policy perspective, in fact, you mentioned already the communication on the boosting the future of Europe through biotechnology and biomanufacturing. So this is a first step. In fact, I agree with Marco that we need an action plan, because this is a strategy with a lot of good ideas, but still we don't have a clear practical steps that we want to put in place, although there are some actions listed there. And of course, from my side, working at the DG Research and Innovation, I was very happy. Of course, we contributed to that, to see that one of the opportunities and way forward in this support, in this deployment that we want to see of biotechnology and biomanufacturing in Europe is to leverage research and boost innovation. So we still think that we need innovation, at least in this sector, and Europe is ready to continue to keep on supporting this innovation. That means, of course, that we need also to understand which kind of innovation can meet the market demand. And we know, in fact, that another key point is to understand how to leverage investments in this sector, in this innovative sector. I'm talking about biotechnology and biomanufacturing, but of course in biomanufacturing, we also include all the bio-based production. So bio-based chemicals, materials and products are there. To be honest, we also see that it's not only that governments or Europe, big institutions have to support financially these markets, but also we need to leverage the private investment. And these, I understand from the previous speech, that can have some problems when you don't have a clear targets, a clear objectives driven by the policy, for example, in the bio-based content of those products that can be bio-based. And in that sense, I would say that still we are a bit, we are missing those targets in our legislation. We are missing a bio-preferred like program, which won't be really possible in Europe because we still are struggling to understand what is the minimum bio-based content in a product for a product to be claimed bio-based. So we are a bit, we have some delay compared to the US, but indeed we could start using some instruments like the public procurement, in fact, at least to support those products that are clearly beneficial for the society and for the environment. And I think that you know that now there is still under discussion the packaging waste regulation, which is the revision of the old directive. And it may be that we could have already in this new regulation some targets, some objectives for the bio-based content of packaging and of plastic packaging especially. But if this is not the case, it's still true that there is something in the scope, and there is at least the will to understand better again, which is the bio-based share that we can support with benefits for the social perspective and environmental perspective in some specific products. At least there is the recognition that some characteristics of the bio-based materials, like for example, the compostability or biodegradability, which is not always the case, but in some cases it exists, there is maybe a change in our mentality, in our mindset, and now it is more recognized that this kind of characteristic can be really beneficial for the environment, for some applications like the mulching films for agriculture, which are usually bio-based when they are biodegradable, and other materials. So I think that there is some movement towards more appreciation and more recognition of the benefits of the bio-based industries in general. But what is unfortunately rising as a big question and bigger is the availability of biomass. So there is also a lot of discussion about this biomass gap that we see, really kind of also with conflicting trends, in the sense that we have some policies in place that support, for example, the production of bioenergy, biofuels. We have some policies in place, the agricultural policies, policy that does not limit the use of biomass for feed, for example. We are a bit far from this shift in our food system that will free some biomass or some land for other uses than for feed. And in all these, say, scenario, we see that we will face at one point really dramatically this biomass gap problem. And we have to address this gap and the sustainability, the environmental sustainability of biomass in general, in order to be ready to support freely the transition towards the bio-based systems, industrial systems, but bio-based systems in general. And on that, I would also, in fact, remind the industrial carbon management strategy, where Europe firmly said that the future is without oil, so should be with bio-based products. And of course, recycling will be in the picture, but absolutely this will be the future. So to conclude, in fact, I think that we see the transitions going in that direction. But still, on this, I agree with Marco, we need some more concrete action plan. And whereas from the research point of view, I can assure you that we continue, we keep on, say, believing in this sector, and we keep on innovating this sector, you know, through Horizon Europe Cluster 6 work program, that it is now under discussion with the national contact points for the work program 2025, and with the Circular Bio-Based Europe joint undertaking, that, you know, is a private, public-private partnership between the European Union and the Bio-Based Industry Consortium, and which aims at, in fact, supporting the deployment of innovative but also high technological readiness level projects for the delivering bio-based solutions. Again, not considering bioenergy and biofuels, nor food and feed. It is really focusing on the bio-based materials and products and chemicals. So from the research point of view, we will continue, Europe will continue supporting these sectors. But I agree that we need some more coherent, framework between also the different policies and the research policies and the financial supports in order to be more to deliver better and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Silvia, for your insights on the European Union perspective and the European Union dimension. So you touched upon several points. A key point that you've been mentioning is the development of knowledge for further stimulating innovation. And then, of course, the needs to leverage on investments. Public investments are not sufficient, so we need to make public investments in such a way that they can crowd in private investments, so we can have additionality from this effort from using taxpayers' money. Another point that you've been touching upon is the availability of biomasses, and this I think it's a good way for getting the FAO perspective on this transition, because as we have been discussing also during the morning, there is also the issue of the just transition in terms of global north and global south equilibria in this transition. And I think that availability of biomasses does play a key role in this perspective, in this global north, global south perspective. So Marta, can you please tell us what your thought on this?
Absolutely. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Indeed, it's such a great transition from our interventions.
Yeah, I come from the United Nations, so a little bit outside, or I can take a different perspective, I guess, and I will talk about quite different things. So yeah, maybe it can stimulate some discussion afterwards. In Rome, we have the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization headquarters. And we work on agriculture and agri-food systems, rural development and jobs and all the systems behind agricultural production, forestry, fisheries, etc. So indeed, we have a team on bioeconomy and a priority area on that for the next 10 years is part of our framework, because we see this need, no? The issue of biomass, the issue of food first, the old issue of food first that apparently is not fashionable anymore, but still how to leave no one behind, how everyone can play a little bit on this game on the bioeconomy, and not only those that have a strategy maybe or not. Or so we started this area of work already 10 years ago, more or less, and now we have other 10 to go for this new program. And maybe answering to your questions, we see two main ways of using policy for transforming or for this transition. One is the agri-food sector. It seems it's a sector, but it's not, it's a system. It has 60% of the world population depending on them for their livelihoods. There is 1/3 of all the produce that is lost or wasted, so a lot of biomass that can be used. So we think that for accelerating the implementation of the bioeconomy, more synergies with the agri-food systems and the agri-food actors should be made and will certainly accelerate. For more availability of biomass, maybe better use of existing biomass as part of carbon programs or plans that Silvia mentioned, but also the use of waste or making better use of or use what is not being valorized. And then third, but also sometimes necessary, increase the production or productivity of the crop, livestock, forestry and fisheries production. For that, we work, bioeconomy for us is not any type of production, it's more innovations, it's more on the valorization or biotechnologies as well, or adding value and use of waste, etc. And then the other way to accelerate the transition or upscale it is taking a more global perspective as well. There are so many global targets on climate change, biodiversity, also food system transformation, and others that all countries are doing sustainable development goals. Why not to have a common framework on area where we see how bioeconomy is contributing to those, and we can compare between countries, between regions, and therefore we will have a global, coherent, I guess, effort towards the bioeconomy, because everyone is going towards these targets, right? So we have published a dashboard where we map all the bioeconomy strategies in the world, and we link also to, in each country, how they include, or if they include bioeconomy and bioeconomy practices in their national climate plans, biodiversity strategies, and these kind of other policy mechanisms. Whereas we have also a toolbox to develop bioeconomy strategies, but not only, also action plans and maybe mapping your policy frameworks and what is missing, what regulations may need to be softened or needed, or so we have this toolbox as well. And now with this new program, we are moving more towards implementation, so concrete actions in countries beyond strategies or policies, which we think is also needed. And there I can give thousands of examples, so I think for the sake of time, no, but maybe one to continue on the biomass issue is in India. There is, even in the newspapers, all these maps on the burning of the residues near the capital, so there is a lot of pollution there. If they burn this biomass, it means it's not being used for the soil or for the feed, so it's available. And they have to burn it because they have to plant again, right? They have 2 seasons. So we help the governments to build a value chain for these residues and new machineries or what can be done to collect them, and they are already doing it and converting into a range of products and materials. What else? Then maybe on certification, just a couple of examples, but to see the different perspectives. Yesterday I was in a conference by the pineapple and the avocado sector. They were big companies, production companies only, but they were a section on waste valorization. There was a section on waste valorization. And they were talking about, for example, if you have an avocado or a pineapple that has to compile with thousands of organic certifications or things that are already expensive for farmers in many places, your waste will already also be certified organic, will already have all these 16 certifications. And for example, a lady was growing mushrooms on pineapple waste. These mushrooms would also, in an ideal future, hopefully have as well this organic certification already. So you could lower the cost of that. They were complaining a little bit also of the fact that for having the certifications, they need to export sometimes their, well, sometimes not always, their samples and lab work. Every time they want to do a new trial, they have to export it, and so they cannot sometimes even access markets or certifications, right? So anyways, just an example of something that is happening in other places, but that we need to upscale bioeconomy around the world and having an even level playing field with against the fossil industry, but also to have a more equitable bio trade and biomass market and trade. So difficult issues, but also just to bring a different perspective.
Thank you very much, Marta, for giving us these concrete examples of what is going on at a broad level, at the global level, and when we are confronting expectations coming from the global north and the global south. How do we combine this? No one should be left behind, and this is something. This is a war, a battle that there is no single country that can win alone. The problem that we're facing are global by nature, by definition. So we need to pool our efforts together if we want to find valuable long-term solutions. Otherwise, it will be only short-term solutions that will not really tackle and address the nature of the problem. So, and you also mentioned about the level playing field, and this brings me to the second round of questions that I would like to ask, starting from Mario again, about the importance, because one of the key points that Silvia was mentioning is about the needs to have more investment in the bioeconomy sector, in the circular bioeconomy sector. And of course, making a level playing field is one of the key, reducing uncertainty, making a level playing field. These are key aspects that need to be addressed in order to attract private investments. Because of course, people are willing to put their money if they foresee a possibility of having profits from these investments. So we need to strike a balance from the strive towards sustainability and also providing good investment opportunities to private investors if we want to attract investments in this sector. So my question to you, Mario, is where does Italy stand in this transition? What is the situation from the financial point of view in terms of investment, attracting investment? What is the cluster doing in order to stimulate this private investment into the bioeconomy sector?
So last Tuesday in Milano, we organized together with the European Circular Bioeconomy Fund, the first investment forum focused on circular bioeconomy. And we bring together 8 Italian startups with investors coming from Europe, Sofinova, the European Circular Bioeconomy Fund, which is one of our partners. We signed a memorandum of understanding last year in Florence with them. And then Capricorn and Deforestation Development, which is a new brand new Swiss funds. But I think there is a shortage of venture capital focus on bioeconomy in Europe, and this is for sure a problem. Also because we, as the already mentioned communication of the European Commission highlighted the importance to develop and scale up innovation to create new markets. Let me say that we here in Italy, we have talked a lot with the regions, but also with national government in order to have a shared pilot facility to, as a sort of public open access pilot plant, as in Champagne-Ardenne there is Ardea, in Ghent they have the bio-based Euro pilot plant. In Germany, the Fraunhofer is running in Leuna this shared pilot facility. And this is important because, first of all, you can scale up technology, and this means that you can de-risk the investments. So the scale up is very important to the investors because they can understand if a technology works or not, and they can invest in startups. We need this kind of facility, and we ask to the government to implement within the plan for recovery and resilience this kind of facility, but we fail. There is no this sort of facility. Probably it's very difficult to make the government aware of the importance of the bioeconomy. And in Italy, we can say that we have the leadership in the bioeconomy because we invented the bioeconomy in the 80s thanks to Raul Gardini, when the Gruppo Ferruzzi bought Montedison, and they bring together agriculture and chemistry in order to develop the bioplastics, the bioethanol. But now we, not only as Italy, as Europe, we have the risk to lose our leadership in the bioeconomy. And if we consider, for example, the e-commerce, is there an European Amazon or Alibaba? No, there is no Europe in this kind of business. In the digital economy, is there an Apple, European Apple? No, there isn't. So in the main fields of innovation, Europe is not present. We have a leadership in the bioeconomy, and now we are losing it because the US are investing, and the bioeconomy in the US is not more only the red biotechnology. They are attracting a lot of many investments there in the biochemicals because they have, as we said, a stable and coherent framework. They are investing money. There are many venture capitals, and there are many startups. I ask the American investors, why don't you invest in European startups or specifically in Italian startups? Because we have lots of startups here, and we know that the market is stable. In Europe, it's not so evident, and this is really a problem. So I think also the governments can play a very important role in order to support the investments of venture capitals in circular bioeconomy, because we know this is not healthcare and red biotechnology, but investments in bioeconomy is risky. It's not like ICT or other sector where there are many venture capitals ready to invest money. So I think in this case, just to support the startups of the sector and the startups per se, we need a role of national governments or Europe, and Europe with the last strategy launched this European Circular Bioeconomy Fund that is playing a very important role, but consider that there is just only investment in an Italian startup, which is Scheme. Last January, they announced this investment. We need more investment. And so finally, let me say that also the role of regions is very important. I have checked yesterday the position of Italian regions in innovation, and this is also a problem because there are no Italian region very strong in innovation. And now we supported in Italy, as you know, Pier Giuseppe, the first acceleration bioeconomy in Naples, TerraNext, together with Cassa Depositi e Prestiti and CDP Venture and Intesa San Paolo, which is the Italian leading banking group. But I think also the amount of the investments done by CDP Ventures is nothing in comparison with the investments done by the American or the Japanese or the Chinese venture capitals. So we need for sure more investment funds, but we need also in this case a regulatory framework in order to support this kind of investment. Also in this area, I would like to mention what France did during the Sarkozy, not the presidency, but when Sarkozy was the Minister of Finance, because they create a system to make a very, very brief due diligence. They create a funds to invest in biotechnology and investing a lot in biotechnology. This means attract also foreign investment to your country. I think in this moment, Europe needs to be very attractive to foreign investments. And Italy, for sure, has now the task to become more attractive to foreign investments.
Thank you, Mario. I mean, yeah, you mentioned the European Circular Bioeconomy Fund, and we know that at European level, a lot of effort has been put in order to stimulate the uptake of the green finance. The European taxonomy is witnessing this major effort done by the European Union in order to promote green finance, green bonds, and so on, certification, and so on. Silvia, what is your take on this? How is the European? How well is Europe playing its role in stimulating the development of a green finance, of an effective green finance?
Yeah, green finance and effective green finance. Because in fact, while I was talking, I was thinking about this taxonomy regulation that you mentioned, Pier Giuseppe, that already now in the first two delegated acts already contain some support towards bio-based products. Not only in the for plastic, so-called plastics in primary use, but also in the manufacturing of chemicals. You may find some of the activities eligible for to be claimed sustainable and substantially contributing to climate change mitigation are in fact based on biomass, so are bio-based. But also in the second delegated act on the circular economy, we may find some other hooks to define bio-based activities as sustainable, so eligible for be claimed sustainable and attract sustainable financing from private investors. And maybe I should not, or maybe yes, because you are the stakeholder, not the final, the main stakeholders of this kind of regulation of European legislation. Now that the delegated acts are under revision, in fact, there is a certain will to increase the role of the bio-based sectors and to be more recognized in this regulation. So this is one point, in fact. And at the same time, I can also tell you, but I'm sure that you know that the European Circular Bioeconomy Forum was fund at the beginning was a forum, was in fact launched by DG Research and Innovation in 2018. So you may understand that this was from the beginning one of the key points, how to make these sectors not only innovative, not only super attractive, not only sustainable from the environmental point of view, and on this I would like to come a bit more later on, but in fact to be possible that that these sectors arrive at the market level and say move from the niche to the norm, as we usually say. And on that respect, also the new bioeconomy strategy that will be you have read it possibly in the communication on the biotech and biomanufacturing initiative. There was also announced the revision and updates at the end of the bioeconomy strategy next year. Of course, we'll try to support more, to understand better which are the needs for the market uptake and for the level playing field of the bio-based sectors. I was very interested in understanding and listening to what Mario said about these pilot plant needs. And on this sense, on this side, in fact, Europe could support a bit more the establishment of pilot plants that help, in fact, the scaling up of innovative technologies as we see in Ghent, as we see in other places. So I think that this is a fair point that could be, I would say, easily taken up even by Horizon Europe. And I think that, you know, that there was a topic in the work program of the Circular Bio-based Europe joint undertaking, because we recognized at the time that this was also a need. But it may be that we have to look a bit more carefully on that and see what are, in fact, the level of these needs. Of course, national governments and national research centers could help possibly a bit more, or could work more in synergy, because in fact, we should recognize that we are one Europe, so one country made of more countries at the end, and work more in synergy. I'm happy to know that France had some good initiatives in the past or even now. Maybe we should have looked at these best practices more carefully, and not say reinvent in all governments, in all new governments, new ideas. So on that, I think that yes, this financial part is very important. Of course, the Circular Bio-based Europe joint undertaking does something, because in fact, in this joint undertaking, we are now working with the European Investment Bank, sorry, and with also the European Innovation Council together, in order to understand how to promote the best innovation, the most promising innovation, and how to understand how to make these investments and the perspectives more stable, in order to attract more investments. On one side, something can be done by legislation, as said, but of course, it's not just legislation. The market demand comes also from other industries and the final consumers, I would say. So with this, I stop. I give you back the floor, but because otherwise the third speaker cannot speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Silvia. So yes, Marta, I would like to ask you one question, which is actually addressing two different points, which I think are quite, upon which I would really like to hear your opinion, because they're quite relevant in terms of international perspective, United Nations perspective. So one thing is about, Mario mentioned the foreign direct investment. In Italy, yes, Italy has to be attractive, but I guess also low-income countries, developing countries, needs to attract foreign direct investment in this specific area to accelerate their transition to clean technologies. This will allow also them to be competitive. Look, for example, what is going on now in Europe with the carbon border adjustment mechanism. This can have a major impact on exports from low-income countries that are not ready to invest in clean technologies. They can be a major problem from an economic point of view. So we really need these global South countries really need to attract investment in order to accelerate their transition from a technological point of view. This is one point on which I would like to hear your opinion. And the second one is also relating to something that Mario was mentioning. And this goes back to the idea that we have to think global and act local. Regions can play a key role, local communities can play a key role in this transition, because also one of the key aspects of the bioeconomy is that in a way is substituting the idea of the global value chain with more local and short value chain, and this is by itself less impacting on the environment. So on these 2 points, I would really like to hear your opinion, Marta. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed, it's very similar to what I wanted to also mention. Okay, so the first point on how to attract investment, foreign investment. The bioeconomy strategy of South Africa has a target on attracting X number of foreign companies in their national border. So it's a target of a bioeconomy strategy. So yes, I think it's also the case for many other countries. But the point I wanted to make here was more about, yeah, there are financial benefits, or the problem is the finance, but also the trust. And sometimes companies don't have enough high quality biomass or biological resources, depending on if it's pharma or more high-tech companies. And farmers, producers don't know where is the new demand, and maybe they can grow something else or use some of the waste for meeting that demand. No? So a nice example is in Malaysia. The government played kind of like in certification, a kind of third role. To put in touch companies with primary producers and telling the primary producers what the companies wanted, and the companies also they were making sure that the cooperatives or the farmers would produce enough and quality biomass for them. No, that was a program in which companies would enter, and they would have also financial incentives. They would then maybe pay certain taxes or some other financial incentives. But also this trust, no? They needed biomass. So also at global level, this probably is needed. So just I wanted to make reference to a growing offer we are seeing in the UN from development banks on the bioeconomy. Before, there were no projects on bioeconomy, or at least not labeled like that, not cross-sectorial, not on innovation, not on waste, but more on traditional maybe aspects. But now, yes, the Global Environmental Facility, the Green Climate Fund, the new BRICS Bank, yes, Inter-American Development Bank, Asian Bank, all these are, since less than a year ago, are having programs on bioeconomy. We don't know yet how they will define bioeconomy, what they will fund, which criteria, so let's see. But this is growing, and there is a G20 initiative on bioeconomy, also new from this year. So let's hope it stays also next year with South Africa and then the US. But we think yes. And they, apart from the members of the G20, they invited all these banks as well. So again, I don't know very much about these investments yet, but let's see how they see it. And very briefly, just to mention that in FAO we have 10 principles and 24 criteria for a sustainable bioeconomy, but that's a little bit what we are also proposing to the G20. So you don't have to compile absolutely with everything around the sun, but account for it at least, and account for the trade-offs, and explain why you don't consider water maybe or some other issues. Maybe they are not relevant for your specific investment. So we are proposing these principles also to the G20 and to these banks, and let's see what they will do. But maybe having some softer mechanisms on just like checklist or trade-offs, mapping, and can also help.
Thank you very much, Marta. So please join me in a round of applause to our participants at the round table today. I think we heard some very relevant and interesting things coming from these three different perspectives. So yeah, I think it was really nice to hear a different perspective and how to see how these perspectives are actually mixing and merging together. So I really want to, we are closing now with just 15 minutes delay, which is what a success. And I really want to thank all the speakers that made this workshop possible. And hopefully we will repeat this maybe in a year time from now. So thank you very much for joining us today, and to you, Silvia, for joining us online remotely. And have a nice evening in Rome.
Thank you.